All right, guys, and we're live. We are running a little bit late, guys. Let me move over here away from the microphone. We're running a little bit late. My supper took a little longer than I wanted to. I had a rush to get in here, and then my computer was acting up when I turned it on. So, and Client Graphics and Neil will be on their way soon, and then 410AutoTech should be here soon, and CP, the Tool Addict, will be here also. So, welcome to another Tool Talk Saturday. Let me mute this for 1 second. Oh, look what we got. We got Mike Hodge in here. We got Old School Repair Shop. We got BW Electronics. We got Work Pro Tools in here. We got Mike Hodge in here. Did I say Old School? We got Old School. I shaved my head. It was getting kind of hot out here, so I had to shave my hair. It was getting a little bit shaggy, so. I guess this is going to be my co-host. Yeah, I don't know when that Neil guy is going to show up. He's going to show up eventually. I guess think he'll be my co-host for now.
Go.
Say hi.
Go.
Say hi.
Go.
Say tractor.
Go.
We like to talk about tractor. Say tractor.
We're talking tools tonight.
Go.
I know how to use hammer.
We got Turning by Turners. We got Nate, Go-Karts and Gone Fishing.
Was somebody coloring this? Is that what you
Yeah, Alyssa. Sorry, guys.
What is that? Let's go see what
It is a pretty awesome shirt, Brad. Not gonna lie. Pretty awesome shirt. Honestly, Old School, it's gonna be a full house tonight, to tell you the truth. Sorry about that, but we got a full house. Okay, Mike Hodge. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, I muted that. Honestly, Old School, to tell you the truth, it's going to be a full house. We got a full panel tonight with everybody coming up. They'll be here soon or later. They'll pop up, hopefully. Until then, what do y'all want to talk about? You know what, Bobby? Come say that to my face, Bobby. Come say that to my face. Bobby's just jealous because he didn't get a Work Pro shirt. That's all it is. He's going to come out here in a minute. Guys, my comments over here is a little slow, but I can't run YouTube and StreamYards at the same time. My computer's just too slow for that. So we have to work with what we got here, unfortunately. So a little bit of a delay, but we'll make it work. Let me see. What tools did I get since last Tool Talk Saturday? Guess we can start by that. We got to go over here to this toolbox. Oh. Grab some tools. since we're talking about tools. Getting other new tools. Let's see. Since I'm waiting on everybody. Or was this here the last small engine or tool talk Saturday? I don't know if it was or not, but the Cobot 24 volt from Mike Hodge sent this to me. Well, already made a bunch of money with that. And then we had to, I didn't buy much tools this month, to be honest. I bought this gear wrench torque set for a job we was working on at the time. We was doing a drive shaft and a Dodge Charger. It happens like this, Raphael.
You said everybody was here, and I said DMB David's here.
How it happens. Say it to my face, Bobby. Say it to my face. So it happens like this. Sue messaged me on Instagram and said, "Do you want stickers?" And I'm like, "Of course I want stickers." And then she said, "Do you want a shirt?" And I was like, "Heck yeah, I want a shirt." Oh, we got 410 AutoTech.
Heck yeah.
What's up?
Good. Hey.
Let's see if I can turn up the volume in this real quick first. Where's everybody else at?
They're still putting their kids to bed, supposedly.
I was about to say, I think we're just kind of waiting.
Neil's probably on like his 10th bathroom break. You know him.
Bladder's not so big.
Same thing for me. I mean, like I literally got done putting my daughter to bed not too long ago.
Yeah, we're like 19 minutes late.
19 minutes late, and still the only one we got here is 410 AutoTech.
And plus I haven't turned on my laptop in a while, so I had to update a couple little things. So that took a little bit of time.
That's
too.
what happened here. That's what took so long. I was running like, I got into the shop about 8:20, and then it wanted to update.
Okay, so I'm glad we got internet out here. I didn't have to do anything with the cable.
Yeah.
See, I thought it was plugged in.
Client graphics and CP still hopping on too.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're slowly waiting on them. I'm sure they'll be here soon.
See next time you got to push it towards like 10:30.
For them, yeah.
Well, usually 8:30 works out for everybody, but
Oh, 8:30. Sometimes we're just finishing dinner. Sometimes.
As busy as everybody stays, there's no doubt about that.
But I see you got a Work Pro shirt on.
yeah.
Heck
There you
Pretty
go.
awesome. I want one of those fancy banners like they sent Neil.
I know.
Featuring the hothead shirt.
No, but I enjoy talking to everybody from Work Pro.
Yeah.
They're super nice and super helpful.
Graphics. Heck yeah.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on?
Been a busy week. I don't know about you guys.
Yep.
Been a busy past few weeks lately.
Yeah, ever since beginning of June when things opened up.
It pretty much did like a 180 on me, like from slow to extremely busy.
I know you finished school. They told you were going to make one amount. I know you said you were on track to do that, and then everything hit. Well, hopefully it'll rebound and get back on track for you.
Yeah, man. I broke my foot last in what's it called, November, like Thanksgiving, around Thanksgiving I broke my foot, and I didn't get back to work until like the second or third week of January.
Awesome.
And up until right before the whole pandemic hit, I was already ahead of the year before, even with being out for like the first 3 weeks. And then it hit, and then it's like a brick wall.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what happens when nobody can go out, nobody can travel, or when you take 75 to 95% of the cars off the roads.
Yeah, I've never seen our body shop so slow. They only had about maybe 2 or 3 body shop techs, and that was it. Out of like we had 20.
There it
Yeah, it's crazy the amount of miles that people didn't put on their vehicles will push out oil changes, will push out, some people maybe would routinely get a car every X amount of months. Well, if you didn't drive for those 2 to 3 months, now you're off on a different cycle. It's kind of interesting, the economics behind when you just stop everything for 2 months, or at least reduce it a whole lot. Well, I'm wearing my Craftsman shirt tonight because that's all I have right now. I have Craftsman, I have Tecton, I have a Duralast shirt, believe it or not. I don't have a Snap-on shirt. I have a Gear Wrench shirt.
Just talking about that. A Snap-on shirt.
Yeah.
That's what I needed. I need a Snap-on or a Mac Tool shirt.
Yeah, the only thing I own is Snap-on and one Cornwall shirt, and that's about it. No, one Matco shirt. Yeah, one Matco, one Cornwall, and a few amount of Snap-on shirts.
What's crazy is that you would think, like, you still own that Montezuma boxers, right?
Yeah.
They don't have a T-shirt. It's not like you order a toolbox, you don't get a free T-shirt with it.
Nah, I got a free coffee mug.
you don't even have the opportunity to buy a T-shirt that I'm aware of for Montezuma.
Nah.
I can't get a Harbor Freight shirt that Icon bought.
I mean, you would think they would want to rebrand and just apparel. Everyone loves apparel. Like I would wear a Work Pro shirt. I would wear a Craftsman shirt.
Well, see, because the only thing I have Snap-on is it was like one of their 95th anniversary. It was one of their heavy winter coats.
Yeah, I had one of those.
Don't need one of them down here.
No, not in Texas.
No, sir.
But now it's dated. They're on the 100th anniversary. So if you're, but again, it's still a Snap-on shirt, so you're gonna wear it.
Oh, I used to wear the thing all the time in Ohio, but then I was like, man, there's no need in taking this with me to Texas. Like, I'm not going to need it down there.
I know what shirt Brad wants. He wants a Heart Tool shirt.
Oh, there you go.
That would be a good one. The coloring on it would be nice. I mean, the black and the white, I think it would, be cool in the summertime. And
I just don't see myself using Heart Tools. The white, me and Brandon were discussing this. The white tools, man. I just feel like, it don't matter how much you clean them, they're just never going to come as clean as they were when you first bought them.
It's true, but I mean, like, seriously, here's one of my Come-On tape measures. There's something about the white. It's really easy to see. Not everybody has it. Mm-hmm. And so it's a definite separation between tools. So to me, I see it as a very interesting thing. It is not the brand for everybody, but there are certain things that are nice about that brand that could work for some people. And Brad finds it works for him. I mean, he wanted a chainsaw, he got a chainsaw, and hopefully he uses the heck out of his chainsaw.
My mom wants to try the Heart stuff. She's been after buying some Heart tools for a while now.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, at the end of the day, if I have a chance to do any branch or something on a tree that's probably under 4 inches or so in diameter, I think electric is very good for that. I mean, if I don't have to fire up the gas chainsaw that's been sitting for a year or 5 years or however long it is and have to fight with that, then I'm going to pull out the battery or electric. I'll be honest with you. I bought a pole saw, and I take the electric chainsaw on the pole saw off, and I use that more or less, and I've cut through some pretty big things with a little like 12 or 13 inch electric chainsaw.
Yeah.
I bet the battery life on it's pretty decent too.
I mean, it's not. It's probably like as much as if you ran a Sawzall. It's still. It sucks a lot of power. See,
the thing that always got me was these battery power weed eaters. Man, a lot of these brands got me sold on these, especially the DeWalt. My father owns a DeWalt, and man, that thing is awesome. The battery life on it's great too, believe it or not.
The Echo, my uncle owns the Echo, and the Echo is really good.
Mm-hmm. Those are nice.
So Zaphael said, does anyone think a 3D printer would make a durable chainsaw clutch cover?
Probably. They're just made out of plastic anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it could.
You'd have to experiment with the different kinds of polymers for it. Some might be a little bit better than others.
I don't know.
Or it might just be cheaper just to get on the internet and buy a chainsaw clutch cover.
Yeah.
Also make them one.
Instead of sitting here going through, like he was saying, all these different.
But some of that's the fun in doing it. I mean, Brandon, do you remember the first time you took apart a small engine?
Oh yeah.
You never forget it.
Nope.
I mean, I bet you remember the first time Tony, I bet you remember the first time you worked on a car. And then you're like, thought of things that you were going to do differently the next time, or you fell in love with it and you continue to do it today.
Remember the first time I double gasketed an oil filter on my third day of work?
Oh.
Every good mechanic makes a mistake, man. I've double gasketed oil filters in my life.
I learned from them.
Disappointing. Especially the diesel trucks, man. Like you get, I went to school for diesel tech and absolutely loved it. But I remember the first time we had to do a filter change on one of the lab trucks, and I wasn't paying attention.
Here he is. Here's Neil.
Double filtered or double gasketed the filter.
What's going on, Neil?
What's going on, guys?
I mean, like the fact of messing up is not the worst part. Is the cleaning up in front of everybody. That's the embarrassing part. Cleaning up all the oil and then having to clean up underneath the car, and then telling the customer it's going to take a little bit longer because you double gasket it and there's oil everywhere and you got to clean it off.
Oh yeah, I've been into some oil cleanup situations. I was walking to the collection bin with the drain pan, tripped, and dropped a whole pan of oil everywhere.
You know, for those kind of situations, everybody's got their own personal story of spilling oil or things of that nature. I keep two things around: sawdust from leftover wood that I'm cutting, things like that, but also kitty litter or cat litter.
Yeah, so we're not allowed to use kitty litter anymore for some odd reason. Probably for EPA or OSHA or something. I don't know.
Then you gotta do that dance when you put the oil dry down. You gotta do that oil dry dance.
What's going on, Neil? How's it going?
Good, man. How you been?
Past few weeks have been pretty busy, which I'm glad. I like the little bit of stress, the little knowing you have to get stuff done at a certain time. I like that pressure a lot. Not too much, but a lot though, to be honest.
Yeah, I hear you for sure.
I like the deadlines, you know.
So Zaphael mentioned, where is Neil's shirt? Thankfully, Neil, like myself, we're all wearing shirts tonight. I don't think we would do a live stream shirtless because that's not what you guys show up to see. Because then
I've attempted that.
Well,
Neil, we don't got super chats yet. We gotta wait.
Hey, if girls can do it, why can't I?
I mean, we're getting there. You're at what, 644? I think within the next month or two, you'll be up there.
Yeah.
Just tuck it over, do the Daisy Duke, you know? Close enough, right?
Damn straight. And we're not on Chris's live stream, so when I do swear, I don't have to be like, oh.
well, and the temperature's warming up here where I'm at, so you know it does get hot and sweaty on Brandon's channel for some live stream.
Yeah, gets a little toasty out here.
I know it's supposed to be the rest of the week, or the start of the week is supposed to be in the high 90s, 95, 96.
That's what I'm talking about.
We've hit that a few times last week.
Amateurs.
It sucks.
I love it, to be honest. I'd rather it be 90, 100 degrees than 20 degrees and freezing and having put on layers upon layers of clothes.
No, because of 20-degree weather, I'm still sweating, so I'm cool with it, you know?
But I mean, like, when you're working in the shop, it's, you know, you have layers of clothes, and then you go outside, and you come back inside, start working, you get really hot, super fast, and then you got to take everything back off, and it's just a pain in the butt. And I honestly hate working on cars in the, like, when it snows and it's up in the air, and that salt and snow that gets in your eye, your back, everything, anywhere, it'll find bare skin real quick, and it's disgusting.
Dude, Tony, how's the new truck holding up?
It's beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. You don't know how bad you need a truck until you actually get a truck.
So, what kind of truck is it?
2019 Colorado Z71 package.
Nice.
So is that a 4-door?
Oh yes, 4-door definitely. The Cobalt was a 2-door, and I was abusing my daughter a little bit, putting her in and out of the car. And
Yeah,
the
I
Cobalt,
hear you there.
Imagine. I cannot imagine.
but I mean, I love it. I wish it would have snowed a little bit over here, but it didn't really snow, so I didn't get to use the four-wheel drive. But it is what it is. Plus, I mean, I broke my foot right after I got it anyway, so I couldn't.
That is true.
My wife loved driving it to work when
When you're off.
Was it your driving foot that you broke?
No, it was my left foot that I broke. So thankfully, I didn't have a Cobalt when I broke my foot because I drove myself to patient first. And it would have sucked because Cobalt was a 5-speed, and engaging the clutch with a broken foot would not have been fun.
No, it would have not. You would have been pushing it down. Ow, 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 ow.
Like when I first broke my foot at work, I didn't know. Like I felt the pain. I sat down. My apprentice was like, "Are you all right?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." I got to use the bathroom, and I went to go take a step, and I was like, yeah, there's definitely something wrong here." I sat right back down. So definitely not fun.
Well, before we get too deep into it, so we did have Work Pro say, "Hey Neil, how's it going?" We also have a bunch of people in here tonight. We got Just Wrench It. We got Old School Repair Shop. I believe, what was it? Was that about a month ago when he did a tool haul? And
Yeah.
He picked up some pretty crazy Snap-on stuff.
Nice.
We got Ronald in here. We got Zaphael. We got Mrs. 410 Autotech. We got BW's Electronic. And he was actually with us last night for a little while.
Now, is Mrs. 410 Autotech just you, Tony, just trying to hype yourself a little?
Like all my videos.
I'm not getting any attention. I'm just going to be a female now. Hold on. So they'll start paying attention to
She's
these
definitely
comments.
my biggest fan and my biggest supporter, other than my daughter.
I would love to say that, but I don't even think my wife could find my channel. but she lets me do it. So I mean,
it's all right. My wife will roast me on my videos on like everything about it, and like just for positive, like to go get better the next time. But
yeah, absolutely.
Biggest supporter and biggest critic.
That's what you want, right?
Mrs. Graphics actually joined at 8:53 p.m., so she was here as well.
She's still in.
She said hello. We also do have Turnings by Turner, and that looks like we got a full house.
Yep, heck yeah.
BW's Electronics bought the 2 Ryobi 4-amp hour battery kit and their Dremel style workstation.
That thing is great. My mom has one.
And a 320 psi power washer. That's probably one of those connect the hose ones, right?
Probably, without a doubt.
I mean, like, not an actual system. It's probably just like the powered, like a battery powered, pumps up the pressure to like 320.
That'll be nice. I would love to own one of them.
That'd be sweet. Yeah, I definitely have thought about it. That way you don't have to bring out the actual thing for the small stuff. Mike Hodge in the house and Josh's Industrial Maintenance. I don't know if he said hello.
Yeah. I don't even know if any of my family members are all subscribed to my channel other than Bobby right here.
I think
probably
maybe my
are.
wife and my cousin and my brother-in-law, and that's about it.
I really try to keep up on a lot of the stuff that he does because, I mean, there's a lot of times where when I can't be a part of these streams, I mean, just watching them and some of the stuff that, you know, you guys get on here and talk about. I mean, I learned quite a few new things just watching these streams. So, I mean, it's really interesting to me.
It's a fun
But
time,
I
that's
do work
for sure.
with Brandon. Oh, yeah. And just even working with Brandon, I mean, I'm more used to the big engine side of things. So, being with Brandon and learning some of the smaller engine stuff, I mean, to me, like I said, it's neat. It's something new to me.
I'm pretty sure he could probably teach me a lot about some small engines, to be honest.
Oh yeah, He's really good with them. I can say that. I mean, he's impressed me on some stuff. I mean, just I'm like, Brandon, what in the world is up with this? And he's like, oh yeah, well it's just this. And I'm like,
I'm okay.
that was it.
I'm okay.
So
He's
Brandon,
like, you didn't know that?
so Brandon, I got a big old Tecton banner right up there.
I know. I need a banner.
Now-
Everybody's got a banner.
Now I know that you had an accident with one of your Tecton ratchets. Have you got a
Oh
chance?
yes.
Yes, where is that Tecton?
Have you got a chance to start the warranty process on that?
Not yet. I've been meaning to. I did go to the website and look at it.
Well,
Simple enough.
But what it is it's the switch on it. Just to switch it from on to off. It's just broke.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's no switching it now.
I mean, you can. It just hurts a little bit because it digs into your finger.
Just put a vice grip on it. You know?
Just start the warranty process, which is you could even do it on this live stream. It's that simple.
Actually, I thought about doing that.
If you get the part number for it, because there is one field on there that if you don't have the part number and you leave it blank, I think it needs something. So you got to put something in it. And if you have the part number, it's just easier. And then you can just take a picture of it on your phone. You can either upload it from your gallery or I think click on it and take a picture. And if you get it in by 2 o'clock Monday, then they'll probably have an email for you saying, yep, we're working on it. And they might get you something by Friday.
Oh, nice. So not very long of a wait at all.
I ain't seeing the part numbers.
So they usually ship them out of Michigan. So whatever your standard ground shipping from that would be how long it'd take. You know, it could be 3 days, could be 5 days, could be 7 days.
Right. I mean, I'm kind of with you, though.
2 weeks during COVID.
Yeah.
I feel like it would be here no later than Friday if we did start it about that time on Monday.
What are we doing right now?
For
Oh,
everybody that's in the chat, if you definitely put your YouTube links in there, I'll definitely check you guys out. I mean, there's a couple guys in here that I haven't met yet or seen their channel. I'll definitely be interested to watch a couple guys' videos or different links, styles, just to catch up on some new things.
Huh.
Like old school repair shop, I don't have him. Couple Josh Industrial Maintenance, I don't think I have him. So I'll definitely be interested in watching their channels. If you can put their links down there. It won't let me click on their name to go to their.
Yeah, they got rid of that.
Yeah, so mods, can y'all start running links if y'all can, mods?
Yeah, I think it's been definitely a good while since I've done a live stream.
Yeah, so that was probably back in, when was it? May.
Everyday Fleet Tech was on.
May YouTube changed that so that you couldn't just click on people's links. It was to kind of help stop grow channels that would do live streams that would basically be like sub for sub, follow me, things of that nature, and a couple other items to help kind of moderate the whole thing so that people can't just throw links in the chat.
Other people just ruining it for
all the fun, to be honest. You know, I love social media, all the networking I've done. I mean, I've met people from all walks of life, and it's it's a pretty interesting and amazing thing that social media can do to bring people together.
For sure, man. I agree 100%.
I don't know if that looks familiar, but
Motivex.
That right there started my relationship with Tony because I actually won this off of his channel, and I liked it so much that I had to buy the 3/8 and a half inch set. But that probably looks really familiar because Tony did a video on that, and he uses that a lot on interiors of cars as well as some of the other stuff he has. It's one of the sockets on there that actually has basically like a raised grip texture on there. It's kind of unique, and that's a relatively inexpensive socket set.
So what you are, Raphael?
I mean, Raphael, you usually do it just, unsolicited anyways, so.
I'm going to take a picture of this one. Get the effect. I'm going to do it on this phone because the graphics on that phone suck. So believe it or not, Tecton, the first time I ever used a Tecton was when I come down here. My dad always bought Cornwell, Snap-on, Matco, all the high dollar crud. And, to me, I was blessed with it. I was like, cool, this is great. And I got down here and sure as enough, Brandon showed me the Tecton set. And I fell in love with it. I was like, man, this is great. And he was like, does your dad know about this brand? And I was like, I don't think he does. So I called the old man up one day. I said, hey, so check this out, man. I said, go on Amazon and get a Tecton set. I said, they're the best sets ever, man. I said, I promise you won't be disappointed. I said, I know you love your Snap-on and whatnot. I said, but I'm telling you, Tecton's the way to go. I said, that is such an amazing tool, just the way they operate and the way they function. They're just awesome. And I said, if you have any problems with warranty on them, they're usually pretty quick about it.
I think the biggest purchase I've made from Snap-on in the past 6 months was $49, and it was a 8mm 1/4-inch impact swivel socket.
I was wondering, I was like, they sell stuff for under 100.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing I've bought in the past 6 months from them.
Chris, what was that thing you posted on Instagram? They were selling like some 2-ounce body lotion for $130.
Oh, the soap.
Body lotion. No, so
Like
they had
rub off, lotion.
they had their June flyer come out, and it was basically a picture of the Nitro Gold hand cleaner, and it said like $145 on it, but it had no context. All it showed was like that $145, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Like,
Is it a pallet?
if you actually were to take the part number and plug it in and get more detail about it, it's a case of 18-ounce. So you get 12 18-ounce bottles for $145. Now, the funny thing about it is it's called like Nitro Gold. It's not made out of gold, but it still comes out to a very high price point for per ounce. And to me, it's still kind of outrageous. And the funny thing about it is they sell them in cases. And so your dealer's got to sell you the whole case unless he's willing to split it up and sell them individually. So that's just how they sell them.
So something funny I learned about Matco. So my father works as a service tech for a company out of Ohio, one of the bigger tow companies like Sandy's. They're called Inglewood Truck and Recovery. And he broke a Matco socket. I don't know how he did it, where he did it, whatever. But he took it on the Matco truck, and they still wanted him to make a basically a purchase before he could warranty out the product. And he's like, well, that's not how Mac does this. I think this is kind of stupid how you guys do it. I never had this problem out of Snap-on or Mac. But that guy was kind of trying to run him around the bus on it. And, Dad finally told him, he said, look, he said, if that's the case, I'll just go to Mac and get the set. He said, for what you guys are trying to charge me to get it warranted, I can just go to Mac and buy a whole new set. So I think that's what he ended up doing. But after that, I really didn't care for Matco much. But Mac and Snap-on and Cornwell. Cornwell is one of my favorites. I think I'll always stick to Cornwell.
See, me, I don't really like my Cornwall dealer for the simple fact that I know everyone has to make a profit off of anything they sell, but when you're doubling it and it's not really much of a convenience for me, I don't think that's right.
No, and it's not. It's really not.
I can buy a Milwaukee anything from Home Depot, and it's convenient because it's 5 minutes down the street, and they're open 7 days a week.
All right, I gotta do something real quick. So I said I was doing a giveaway, right?
Yep. Yes, sir.
We're gonna.
Yeah, but you already told me I won, so give it
I already have his address, so
I'm gonna consider you part of Canada or something,
Thanks.
So this is USA only. We got the Makita subcompact with a 2 amp hour battery.
$125 value.
the quick charger, rapid charger, and
That's 200.
when I ship it, it will come in a Ryobi bag because I just have an excessive amount of them.
Well, heck, that's
See,
trash.
Because I bought this to do testing with it, and I never got around to it. And I did a few shout outs for some channels, and figured I'd do a giveaway for that. But anyway, so while we do this live stream, people can guess numbers. I sent a number to you, all of you guys, so don't say it out loud, but it's in the private chat.
Okay. I was wondering what that number was.
So when someone hits that number, you know, I'll get their address and they'll be shipped off. But that's how we'll do it. I thought it'd be fun just to have that going the whole live stream.
You're gonna give them a little bit of a hint from like 0 to
0 to 200.
Oh, 0 to 200. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mrs. 410 AutoTech, the number. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm not on mute. Now you know who Miss 410 AutoTech is.
Oh, trust me, she's not afraid to do anything around the house.
Oh, I've seen her before. She's helped you with some of your live streams way back in the past. And you kind of one up me like a long time ago. You did like all this green screen work and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then
it's hard a lot. It's hard. It's definitely hard with the green screen. It's difficult for me.
And then there was like one time where like you set up for the green screen, but then you didn't do any green screen, but you just had the green backdrop. I was like, yeah.
It's kind of complicated sometimes because I use what's the thing called Adobe Premiere. Adobe Premiere, and people out there make it like flawless, and it's like nothing, like a click of a button and it's all done. It's difficult sometimes, and it's annoying. And plus, trust me, my wife definitely helps me on some of my editing.
See, so what you're saying, 410 AutoTech,
You need a girl or a wife.
see, so you're going to have that subcompact by the end of the night.
There you go. Let's see. Let's check the chat to make sure no one won yet. Let's see.
If we had Joe Smith in here, man, he would have fired off thousands of numbers by now.
Yeah. Where the heck is Joe Smith? He usually is in these Tool Talks live streams.
Yeah, I missed his live stream. He invited me. I just got so busy that I forgot to respond and get with him in time. Felt bad.
I'm anxious too to see who hits the number.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking Brad was going to be kind of close, but then
Brad wins almost everything too.
Yeah.
But then he was kind of close, but not close enough.
I should just discount him.
Yeah, Brad lives in Canada too, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He lives in Canada.
Canada or, south of the border. Can't do.
Apparently in Canada, anywhere in the Midwest, anywhere in Texas, anybody in the oil field, anybody that owns Heart Tool. Anything? Any other exclusions, Neil?
If you're outside of Pennsylvania, I guess. No, that's a joke. Maybe I should exclude Hawaii and Alaska.
Yep, you should.
I didn't expect anyone to really be here.
Guam, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands.
I feel bad because I did
territory.
What about that new country that's getting spun up in is it Seattle? Did you guys hear about that?
What are they calling it? Taz?
Anyone in a red shirt. I'm done, Brad.
No.
A lot of people are super close. Super close. Caper's on here.
I did make a video that said that this is how people are gonna get it. I was hoping more would show up, but there will be more. Yeah, Antarctica. I could just say I shipped it. I mean,
I lost the train.
We're doing a giveaway. Did we guess it right? Man, it's already gone.
Yeah.
CP.
What's up?
Okay, well, we got CP the Tool Addict on. I need a CP the Tool Addict intro for this live stream. You got it in you, brother.
I need his.
Give it to us.
What up, guys? CP the Tool Addict.
Woo!
There's your morning coffee right there.
Love it. That's
That's your morning coffee.
it's always great
That's
energy.
about all I had. Well, thanks
If
for
you-
having me on. Good night now. I'm wore out.
Wow,
If
that
you-
was short and sweet.
If you guys are not familiar with CP the Tool Addict, he's got a great channel. And if there's somebody that loves tools more than myself, it's never a competition, but it's always fun to talk about tools. CP the Tool Addict is your man.
Heck,
That is, I would say that's a pretty fair statement. I am definitely a lover of tools. That's all there is to it.
He's definitely got the deepest pockets here for tools.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about having the deepest pockets. I've probably been doing it long enough that that's the biggest thing. I mean, I got 20 years under my belt and buying tools, you know.
Yeah.
Adam, boy, CP.
Yeah, it's I've got a lot of tools that are probably older than some of you guys, so you know. I mean, I was buying
Probably.
Mac tools and Snap. I bought my first Matco tool back in 1997.
I was in elementary school.
Wait,
I wasn't even thought about yet.
did you say 97?
97, I was in elementary school.
The
Yeah.
Tech 1000, guys.
Someone give that to
Oh
us.
yeah,
So I do have a lot. So not every tool I purchased, some of them were passed down to me from my father
right.
and my granddad. So something like this is a 1946 snap-on ratchet that was replaced out with some of the newer head style because they didn't have the same thing in there. But I got lots of older tools too. Don't
Yeah.
always use them as much, but they have that sentimental value that we can't get rid of them. But the neat
Right.
thing that Chad has is the older tools he has, he's purchased a lot of them.
Yep, there it is.
And then you just get to a point in time where you wade through all the BS that's out there and go, you know what? I've been doing this so long. I don't need to buy X, Y, and Z from the other store because I want it to last the rest of my life like the other tools that I've purchased. And that does make sense.
Yep.
Jeez,
But-
I've been up and down and all around when it comes to those. What the heck just went on here? Oh, sorry. I'm trying to figure out. I can't see the chats in here for some reason on my
So the
deal. I don't
So
know.
the chats are blown up right now because Neil, the maintenance man, is giving away a Makita subcompact impact, and people are guessing numbers right now. I think.
All wrong.
I think Neil
People are
said
closed. People are definitely closed, but they're
Neil
they're
said
still
0
alive.
to 3,000, which was the problem. And-
0 to 3.
And Neil, what was the range really supposed to be that people were supposed to be guessing?
Well, I will say this: just the chats. It's a little hard to concentrate. So if the people in the chats can tell me when they hit the number, then I'll look back down.
No, I'm paying attention. My wife actually asked me what the number was. I told her a fake number just in case.
If I had some more, drinks in me, then I might be here mumbling it or lipping it. I'm sure
Yeah.
people are like, "Is he trying to say it?"
Guys, the number is 2.
So
Number
Neil,
2.
what was the range that you said to
0 to 200.
0 to 200 was the range. So guess something
All right.
between 0 to 200 and continue to guess in at least a uniform fashion.
You have to smash the like button
It's
on the video for Brandon.
400. No, I'm just playing.
Hey.
So
That's-
Mike Hodge is really close.
Close.
Man, Mike Hodge is about to
This
nail
is close. Now they go down to the single digits.
Oh,
it. And he's going to start throwing all kinds of numbers.
Close, but not. Nope.
I will say this: I would have never thought
With
Hero
no cigar.
would have been one.
All right. Well, other than tool related, what have you guys been doing around the house or outside of work?
Well, I unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, picked up the new Gear Wrench 90 tooth ratchet. Found that at Tractor Supply Company. And so other channels out there, anybody that typically that you're seeing that has had a 3-pack with the 1/4, 3/8, and 1/2 inch, pretty much got that handed to him by Gear Wrench. So I was able to pick up a single. And, of course, Gear Wrench claims that thing meets and exceeds ASME specs, which is really low. It's only 150 foot-pounds, but you'd never really put that on here anyways. But they also say it's one of the strongest ratchets on the market, and I think they told me to test it out, but they didn't really tell me to do that. So I purchased that on my own, but we're definitely going to hopefully know just how strong.
How much did that run you?
This one
Neil,
was about 28.99.
What'd I do?
I've heard a lot of people talk good things about them.
It was $26.99. That's the tag in the store.
Oh, nice.
Not bad. $26.99 is not bad at all.
So I figured, that'll be fun.
How many ratchets do you have now, Chris? Just out of curiosity.
I don't count. Too many.
All right, we'll narrow the range 50 to 200.
Functioning too.
The thing is, all of them function. Well, except for one.
Oh yeah. How many broken ones do you still have?
Not a lot. Either they've been warrantied out or we just tossed them.
So what's your most difficult warranty that you believe you've had come into?
Oh, Lowe's by far. They're the
Cobalt or like Cobalt?
It was actually, believe it or not, it was the Craftsman stuff.
Oh really?
Yep.
Like from Sears, did you try to warranty it through Lowe's or Lowe's Craftsman?
It was the Lowe's Gunmetal Craftsman, believe it or not.
Wow.
And
I applaud Craftsman. I really do.
I love
Just
my
because,
quarter-inch Craftsman
again,
stuff.
The warranty.
The old Craftsman stuff is it's pretty solid. I have some old Craftsman quarter-inch stuff, and it is definitely good stuff. I didn't realize how good it was until you compare it to tools of now. The Craftsman USA back in the day, they hold up pretty good against a lot of stuff now.
Yeah, like the shallow.
Yeah.
Like my set that I use every day is a shallow and the deep quarter-inch chrome sockets. And I beat them every day, and they have not broken. I've lost one, but they have not broken. And I use
they're
them
pretty solid stuff. Yeah. Do you have the older set, like the older Sears?
No, I think it's even from it's probably the Chinese Taiwanese. I bought them from like maybe 8 years ago.
8 years would be really close. It was around the 2013.
Yeah, it's like that borderline where it's like started phasing out. So, but I mean, I bought.
I would almost guarantee. I'd almost bet you got the USA made ones probably that are because they're definitely. I compared them against my Mac and some Snap-on ones, and I'll tell you what, I was like, man, they really weren't that bad back then. They were definitely on point with their game. So they just had crappy ratchets. Yeah.
My favorite ratchet quarter-inch style is definitely Snap-on by far.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Their Snap-on ratchets are pretty solid. I mean, they're just they got it down. I mean,
I had soft hands, so I love the soft grip, comfort grip.
Yep, I don't hate them. That's Mac and Snap-on are my two only ones that I've still cannot.
Yeah, I don't have a Mac dealer, so I don't have the privilege to try them out and buy them.
The locking
Mike
ones.
Hodge, you're so close, Mike Hodge. You're so close.
Yeah.
The Mac locking.
There you go. Finally,
access.
Mike Hodge.
Oh,
You
there we
got
go. Mike Hodge is a winner.
183.
Dinner. 183.
What did Mike win?
Mike won the Makita.
Trip to Hawaii.
Neil, tell them what they won.
Yeah,
The Makita.
Oh, nice.
Subcompact impact, 2 amp hour battery, and the rapid charger. Where'd everyone go?
It's all you. It's the
You're
Neil
on
show.
the set.
Your computer was a little too slow on the pulling you up there, putting you up there like that.
All right, here, zoom in again, one last time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just to view that
Beautiful
beautiful.
machine.
Woo!
Yeah.
18 volt too, not the 12
You know.
volt. 18
Yeah, so the interesting thing about that one, it's very, very close to the other subcompacts out there, most in particular the Rigid one. So it's really close in profile to the Rigid, and then it has that bigger battery platform. So while the head of the tool is all smaller, it uses the same battery platform. So it tries to help cut down on costs, but yet still get into places that you might not
I mean,
normally get
I'm
in.
definitely jealous of Autobahn Dan. He has a rigid super low, like the super stubby
So
impact.
does
Yeah, I saw that. That thing's nice.
does
Giant battery.
Yeah,
well you have
Oh, yeah,
the
that's right.
subcompact impact and drill.
yeah. So we did. Yeah, we picked up the subcompact impact driver, the drill, and then the impact wrench.
Nice.
So I think I have one bit driver, and that's the like one of the first generation Makita ones.
Yeah, Makita's always been good stuff. It's got a good following.
And it still works. I mean, it doesn't have all the power that it used to have, but it definitely still works.
Now, who makes Makita?
Neil, do you know?
And Makita's a privately owned company.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no one makes
Well-
them. I think they're the only 75, 80 years, something like that. No one owns them.
I believe that's correct. That's what I was thinking.
So it's DeWalt and then Milwaukee and Makita. That's pretty much the only two. That's the only two electric companies that are that make their own stuff, pretty much. Yeah, they might be buying electric motors from the same place, but
DeWalt makes Mac impacts, don't they?
yeah. Well, Stanley Black and Decker is owned by
Yeah, Stanley.
so they falls right underneath the umbrella of them. But they have a plant here in the in the States. I believe it's North Carolina is where the factory is, and they actually have they make the Mac impacts on a separate line with different housings. The nylon fiberglass housing is different than the DeWalt's. I actually enjoy the Mac version, even though they are more expensive, and I get that everybody beats me up about that all the time. But I enjoy the Mac one better because for mechanic, I've had DeWalt's, and when you're using DeWalt's as a mechanic, you definitely have a tool that gets slipperier, and it gets beat up by the oils and chemicals, and it does not hold up as well. But I've had the old I don't know, the ones with the deal in the bottom of them, 18-volt old DeWalt's for years, and I've never gave up. They may not be the most powerful tools and everything, and I've heard people say about batteries, but I honestly cannot say anything bad about DeWalt. For me, it's always worked. It's just and I don't mind the Milwaukee stuff, but I'm not really big on the whole cordless tool band yet. I'm just they're awful expensive. Yeah, they're awful expensive, and I like to go with the best value or the best bang for the buck I can get at the time.
Yeah,
I guess.
for me, it's Milwaukee. I love Milwaukee. I won't buy another probably cordless Snap-on impact driver just because for a half inch is like $900,000. That's just insane.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I wouldn't buy any cordless impact drivers. The ratchets, on the other hand, I don't think anybody can
borderline. It's like it's borderline. If I would buy one again,
yeah,
my quarter-inch one that I had, I love that until it died on me, and then I switched over to Milwaukee, and I've just been rocking with Milwaukee.
You killed a Snap-on quarter-inch?
Yeah, it's actually the trigger inside the little joint. I had to resolder it.
Wow.
And it worked for a little bit longer, broke again, soldered it, worked for a little bit longer, and then I was like, I'm done trying to fix it. Milwaukee.
They do $100 refurb though that comes back like brand new from Snap-on though. I don't know if you ever. It's pretty. Did you see? Somebody did a video one time. Can't remember who the heck it was, where they took a head back and gave it to Snap-on, and they gave them the whole tool back for $120 to $5. Brand new ratchet. Just the head. That's all they had. The tool got smashed and ran over, and so the Snap-on dealer said, just for giggles, I'm gonna send this in for you and see if they rebuild it, and they did. For $125, they gave them a brand new ratchet. No joke.
Wow.
So
I saw this one guy got so pissed off for Snap-on. He literally warranted it out. It broke, and then he was like, what? I'm done. Literally smashed it on the ground, took a sledgehammer, and then smashed that even more. He said, I'm done.
Man. Yeah, that's. I can understand people. I agree. I get it. I've been there and done that. I've done that with my Matco stuff recently. My dealer the company. They just don't warranty. You know, there's a lot of good dealers I see online and whatnot like that, and it comes with every company. But at the end of the day, a lot of it does come down to your dealer. But the companies don't back the dealers up.
Yeah.
And I know they hate me talking about that, but it's the truth. And as a dealer, as an ex-dealer, tool dealer, I can tell you firsthand, you constantly fight with the company and you're constantly fighting with the customers, and you're the guy that's in the middle. And that's why I back tool truck guys up so much, because they have to bite their tongue so much their mouth bleeds a lot, you know, because they just don't get the freedom to say what they want to say or, you know, do what they want to do. They're bound by a lot of people.
For me, it's honesty. If you're just straight up with me and like there's nothing I can do for you, I'll respect that 100% out of every time.
Absolutely.
But don't give me the runaround.
Yeah.
Don't give me the runaround.
Who was
That's
it?
where a tool. Oh, go ahead.
Who was it that did a video recently on a tool truck giving them the runaround? I think that was it was Flat Rate Master talked about it. How he purchased something and then they're like, it's not here yet. It'll be here next week. 3 weeks later, after they got a bunch of new promo on the truck, but not his item, you know darn well either the guy forgot or he didn't order it or he didn't have the money to order it and it didn't come in when it was supposed to, but yet he paid him up front for it. So
Well, it's like everything in the world. There's going to be good guys and there's going to be bad guys. And,
right.
you know, I don't get involved with tool trucks. I don't need to as a, you know, maintenance guy / carpenter, remodel guy. But there's good ones and bad ones.
Right. Well, there's good companies and bad companies all over. I mean, just like Lowe's, Chris talking about going to Lowe's to get Craftsman warranted and stuff like that. There's companies that mess around. Harbor Freight for me was the same way. When I was trying to get stuff warranted to them and they were wanting my phone number and all that jazz, and it's like, it said lifetime warranty on here. Why do I need to give you all this information? Swap me out tool for tool and we'll be good. You know, that's the kind of thing. I think that some of these companies lose themselves in translation of that because they sell a lifetime warranty, but then they want you to jump through hoops to get it done. And it doesn't matter who it is or what it is. That's not what you buy the tool for in the first place. You buy the tool to have the confidence to know that if something happens, you get it replaced, no questions asked, no hassle. You know, that's what we all want. Doesn't matter who it is, where it is.
To be honest, like some of the cheaper tools, I'd rather just buy another set than to try to deal with the warranty.
So
if it's cheap enough, I'll just buy another set.
So like O'Reilly's, they have a lifetime warranty on a lot of their power torque tools, but you have to have proof of purchase or a receipt for it. If the guy was too quick ringing you up and didn't ask for your phone number, guess what? It didn't get sold to you. It's not on the system, and you better find your receipt. So that's a caveat to O'Reilly's. Advanced or say AutoZone, they're kind of the same way, and so then if you don't have that, they'll fall back and ask you for your driver's license. Why do I need to give you a driver's license for a lifetime warranty? It's for the tool, not for me. It
shouldn't matter who you are. Just warranty.
So they use that, and I always have to push back on that.
I feel like why do you even care? It's not your money. You're not the company. Just give me it. what's the big deal? It's not coming out of your paycheck for warranting an item for me.
So I know AutoZone will do that. Lowe's is really big on that they will ask you for your driver's license, and then it gets you put into the system, and then that tracks you, so you get hit in their database. If you were to do too many warranties, they'd block you from returning or warranting stuff later on. Home Depot would be the same way. They put you on a fraud list if you were to return too many things.
You think that's from YouTubers?
No, I think it's just in general. It's just kind of what it is. Lowe's is the worst, though. Their computer system is so antiquated that they change policies all the time. They used to be like, oh, you just manager override that. And then they took away the manager override button on some of the warranty stuff. It's crazy, the things that they would do. And that's what really bit me, is because the first warranty I did with the Craftsman was for a socket. They literally just took it off and gave me the new one, and I was on my way. And then the next time it was like not hassle-free. It was the worst experience ever. It was so bad that I couldn't even share it with YouTube because even the manager didn't know what the policy was. And I'm like, where is your warranty cards that I did a video on 3 weeks ago? They magically disappeared from the register because they changed the way they were doing the warranty policy, and then they didn't push out the new material. So the guy came back from vacation and he didn't know what it was, and then he had to go educate himself, which was on my time. So he literally wasted 15 minutes of my time, and then another 15 minutes trying to figure it out. And if we do basic math, 30 minutes of my time wasn't worth a $16 ratchet. Plus, I was all upset and frustrated, which is supposed to be hassle-free.
I will say one thing, like, you walk through Home Depot, you could tell, like, contractors go there a bunch and stuff, right? You walk through Lowe's, it looks more like for interior decorators. Like, it's always so clean in there. You notice that?
I do. I will tell you, if I'm getting lumber, I'm going to go to Home Depot. I like the lumber at Home Depot. It's a little bit more expensive, but the wood seems truer, and it's easier to pick through. Menards. What about Menards? Menards is cheaper, and I got to do more work for it. If I'm willing to do more work and I want a cheaper product, I'll go to Menards.
I'm not too sure if you even have a Menards in Maryland, to be honest.
I know I don't here, so.
Don't got one here either.
I like mine in Menards. They
got Busy Beaver.
We have Home Depot and Lowe's.
We got a Home Base.
My Menards has a huge Knipex section, and they got a lot of good specialty tools that the other stores don't carry in store. I
would love to visit Audubon Dan because I feel like he has every tool store in a 5-mile radius of him.
Yeah, that guy's he spends a lot of time at the tool stores. I don't even know how he has any time in the day to do what he does because I look at his Instagram and he's like at this tool store and that tool store. I think he lives at Home Depot. I think he has a room in the back at Home Depot, his house, and then his garage is out back or something. And he just walks in there.
I give him credit because he is constantly working for at work and then for his social media. What's that? Great Deals. Busy Beaver, damn.
Busy Beaver.
It's a true store.
I thought you were just joking, to be honest.
No, fuck no.
Oh man, everybody. Sutherland's what we used to have around here. They're out of Sedalia, Missouri. They were an awesome store, and this is an old one. I actually worked there in high school, and they were an awesome store, but they couldn't get it together. And they lost all their stores. That was a big one that was a great home improvement store. They had great lumber set up. Everything was good deals. They carried awesome. They used to carry Coast. They were I don't know anybody that actually carries Coast anymore. But Sutherland's, like maybe some of the Ace Hardwares might carry Coast now, but Sutherland's actually carried all Coast knives, lights, everything. And that's where I actually started buying my. Yeah. That's where I first started buying all my Coast stuff was from Sutherland's.
Yeah.
And,
see, what I call home base is actually called Sutherland Home Base.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We had two. We had two where I was at, and they both closed up, and one of them turned into an 84 Lumber years later.
That's what that started here in 84 Lumber. The old guy, he has a house kind of close to here. I don't know if he's still alive, though, the guy who started it. But Busy Beaver is actually a what the hell is that? True Hardware, whatever.
True Value.
True Value. Yeah, it's like a little sub company that is connected to them. Ace though is a great place to go if you need. You go in there, man. There's like 10 guys, all very knowledgeable, and know what they're talking about. If you need help finding a certain bolt or whatever, if you need that.
The one thing I'm disappointed, and it's just what it is with Ace right now, is that they can't do the popcorn. I always go there for the popcorn, but the COVID-19 shuts down the popcorn at Ace, but I still go there.
So how's that?
Tractor Supply do popcorn too?
What was that?
Doesn't Tractor Supply do popcorn normally too?
Oh, I don't know. I don't get there enough.
Mine don't.
Mine doesn't.
I think mine does. I think they got a popcorn machine up front, if I remember right.
I actually was at Ace earlier this week. They had the 6-pack of the USA DeWalt Sawzall blades for $6.99. They had the DeWalt masonry bits, $6.99, and those are normally like $20, give or take. Although they're not worth $20, they're more like $14. And then they had a lot of their Craftsman Stanley Black & Decker stuff on sale. So I actually picked up that drill that's right over there for Father's Day for my father-in-law.
There you go.
You guys excited for Father's Day?
Yeah, it'll be in 8 days. So a week from tomorrow, so next Sunday, will be Father's Day. So everybody in the chat, make sure you
Or Brandon's Day.
don't forget Father's Day. I'd like to say everybody's got a father or there's a father figure in their life, whether it be a grandpa, a stepdad, you name it. Father's Day, 8 days from now, make sure you are prepared to give that special person in your life the words or the kindness that they need and deserve.
Phone call. Just a phone call.
That's, you know what, that works too. Myself, on the other hand, I had to get that. God, I'll never get the directional down here, but I had to get him a drill because his drill was like 8 years old. The batteries are all dead. And 9 times out of 10, I go over there. It's not to see them. It's to finish a project. And I don't want to bring my tools every time, so we need to have at least something there. Which is okay.
I share my birthday with Father's Day, to be honest. So
Me too.
Yeah. 2 for 1 special, I guess.
Mine's
that
either
planned?
the day of or the day before. Today,
Mine's
this
always the
year,
same weekend, almost.
Yeah. Mine's the day before this year.
Oh, got some birthdays coming up then. Well, happy birthday to you both.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Brandon.
Happy birthday.
Talk to y'all.
Happy birthday.
Yep, Brandon, I'm surprised you just turned 21 that you're even here and walking and standing.
I'm actually going to be 28 this year.
Brandon's getting
28.
but when
Brandon, stop lying about your age.
when he's talking about small engines, you think the guy's been working on them for like 40 years.
Yeah. Yeah,
Somehow it feels like it.
he stuck his head in a tailpipe today and somehow came out with no hair, so...
Yeah, that's what happened. I was working on that Kawasaki mule, and that just caused me to lose my hair.
It happens. My mother-in-law ran into my hair, so.
You know who had? I mean, I thought I had it rough for my hair during COVID, but old car auto guy. Now he was getting a little rugged.
Beard and hair.
With his hairstyle.
I cut mine twice so far, and I'm ready to get a haircut by somebody who knows what they're doing. I can tell you that
My
much.
wife really, 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 really wants to cut my hair. But I'll give credit. The president of my company, he actually brought in somebody to cut our hair, and he actually flipped the bill for everybody. So
Wow, that's
I'm pretty
awesome.
pleased with that, you know.
Yeah.
So,
That's like
How long have you
that's
worked
one
where
of
you're
the
at?
nice things.
8 years so far, going on 9.
Nice.
So come September,
Pretty
it'll be
happy
the
with
start
it?
of the 9th.
Pretty happy with where you work?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's ups and downs, and you know, some days you like
Wanna
really,
quit?
then you know, it's the other days is like I'm very thankful to be here and the people that
That's
I'm
awesome.
around. So
It's good that you got a good place to work. I always advocate that to people. You know, it's one of those things that these shops that are, I don't like these shops that don't treat their techs right. You know, I've always, even when I was a tool guy, when I was selling tools, I would always, you know, be like, hey guy, you know, you need to get out of here. This, you know, if I knew there was a good tech, or, you know, as a tool guy, believe it or not, I always say that. I said the tool guy is always the best guy to find a job if you're looking for
yeah,
a job.
definitely. they have so many connections to other technicians that they'll let you know they need another technician and stuff like that.
Right.
You know what? I should have said they gotta stay till the end of the chat too, whenever to win this thing. Mike Hodge.
See, yeah, you should have waited. Until
Oh, and he just fucking bounces, you know. I mean,
Oh, go.
typical Mike Hodge. But yeah, I think like I don't know, like the one thing I'm realizing and it might be different for you guys, but like I definitely want to start my own handyman business and get out there and do my own thing. And I get some side jobs here and there, but I just gotta keep rolling with that and build up customer base. Because at the end of the day, I mean, my company will never be able to afford what I'm actually worth.
Right.
So
That is true. I mean, like for me, it's more than just like certain things. It's more of like they respect my tenure. They respect, they give me the leniency. To be honest, a lot of leniency, and I get to do certain things where certain shops won't let you bring in your personal vehicle to work on. And even if you have like a family relative's car to bring in, that's to me that's the only thing in the world. I just say, hey, can you write up a ticket for me for a multiple inspection? I'm going to be doing, brakes on my wife's car, my cousin's car, and they're like, cool, whatever,
that's nice. That's nice.
That is definitely awesome. I went.
Mike Hodge is here, Neil. Just
I saw.
To keep it straight.
I advocate everybody
We did
to go out
text
and
him.
work on
He
their
came
own.
back. No, just he was here the whole time.
I started working for myself 4 years ago, and I'll never work for anybody ever again.
My boss is a real asshole.
Doug, Bama, Mud Mower, going, buddy. Tony.
What happened to Chris? Freeze on us?
Yeah.
He's catatonic.
I was waiting.
I heard him say Tony, and then he froze.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to talk more, and I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I realized he's just catatonic.
So Tony did want to wish you a happy birthday.
What?
Huh?
You're gonna have to go.
So did want to wish Tony happy birthday, and it sounds like your wife was going to give you a haircut for your birthday.
Oh.
I think I'll rough it out a little bit longer.
We must have missed something there.
Oh no! Like my wife in the chat said she definitely wants to cut my hair still. So
don't worry. You need to join the club because my wife wants to cut my hair as well. And I said you got to cut the kids' hair first, get the practice out of the way, and then you can step up to the big leagues. And it doesn't really matter. It's just got to look good enough. Good enough to pass on YouTube.
I just buzz it
I
all
don't have to. Yeah. We don't have to impress anybody any like that much anymore. So.
Right. We just got to impress everybody enough that they're not going to make fun of us.
I just gotta keep my body in top physical peak, shape.
Yes.
Let
me keep it in top physical shape.
Yes, exactly.
Well, you drink water, so you're good. You're keeping hydrated.
Yep, that's right.
Water and about 15 beers a night and.
Zappiel, thanks for putting in CP the Tool Addicts channel in the chat. So, guys, if you're not already subscribed to some of these people in the channel stream tonight, make sure you hit them up.
Also, it's in the description of this video.
And if you want to unsub from Mike Hodge, just go right ahead.
Does Mike Hodge have videos on his channel?
Probably not, but you can subscribe or unsub, whatever.
I believe at one point he actually
did like a year ago or two. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know, guys.
I'm glad he unsubbed for me there because that motherfucker didn't watch anything.
I can't unsub from the guy who's sitting
He's the one that gave you a thumbs down.
Probably just to keep me honest.
This cobalt stuff I keep seeing is pretty impressive. I got to tell you, I have been. I think I saw Tools and Trash he did a video on it. I know you've done a video, Chris. I know. Have you got some stuff that's cobalt? Maintenance man, Neil?
I don't. In fact, though, it'd be kind of cool to see you maybe test them out.
Man, I'll tell you what. I don't know if I need. My biggest problem is right now is I can't keep getting the same stuff. It's balling up on me, and I got wheelbarrows full of stuff that I need to get rid of. I don't want all these extra tools. I'm real. Yeah, I'm almost up to 4 sets of sockets now. Full sets, like from quarter to almost 3/4. full sets of sockets. It's ridiculous. I don't even know what that weighs, but I'm guessing close to maybe 2-3 ton. Sockets. It's ridiculous. It's just, and you tote these things around everywhere. And originally, I'm sure you do it, 410 or Tony. I'm sure you do it. You started out as a mechanic. You have your stuff at home. You have your stuff there. Well, I also had a set of tools at another person's house that I had that I worked on. We did mess around doing motorcycles and stuff like that. And so I've brought that all home now and trying to sort it out and get it put into all these toolboxes I just bought. And it's just like I'm having a meltdown some days because I'm just like, what am I gonna? Why do I need all this stuff? I just don't want to have it all anymore. And being that I'm kind of working out of my house now, it's just I want to get rid of some of this stuff and kind of centralize my tools to the best of the best and just have this one great master set of stuff that I got.
Yeah, I mean, you can always try to put it up on like Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace.
I'm going to give some stuff away to people. What I'm going to do, that's my plan. Is I don't really care. I don't really care about the money for the tools. They've served their purpose and made money for me. But I think what I'm going to do is a lot of it's I'm going to give it away to people that need it. Younger techs to try to advocate getting them into the industry.
Community college and hand it out to some future techs.
I tried already going up to do that at the college, and I talked to a few kids, and I got a couple kids in working at a shop, and they're not. My thing is I want somebody to have it that's going to appreciate it, and these kids they're telling me that they don't know that they want to be mechanics. They're even in the tech school, so it's like, guys, you gotta. I'm trying to get these guys interested. It's really, really hard for some of these young guys. I'm finding they're not very focused. They don't have. When I started working on cars, and I don't know how you if you can relate to this, Tony, but when I started going into this business, I was very passionate and very, I stood behind what I was doing. I had a lot of pride in it and a lot of respect for what I did, and I'm not seeing that with some of these kids that are coming into it now, and I just, I'm trying to get them to, understand that what they do, they gotta have the respect and passion for their craft.
Yeah,
and they don't, they're just like.
If you clean up around a dumpster, or in my field,
exactly.
you start off cleaning the grounds, clean up around dumpsters. Gotta take pride in that. I know it sucks, but you gotta do it because then that shows whoever's up on top that you want to be there, that you care, and then they'll move you right along.
Yeah, I know. It's not 9 to 5. It's not 9 to 5. You have to come before work and stay a little bit after certain days, and that proves that you want it.
Yeah, like those kids that come 9:05 every day. It's like, well, I start at 8, but I mean, it's like
I show up at 7:30 every day, but that's different. I stay till 7 at night though.
Yeah, I mean, we all work as long days, but that's what you gotta do, man.
If they don't get rewarded right away, they give up. That's what my biggest, like if they get beat down a little bit, they give up. Yeah. And I'm just like, listen, guys, you're gonna have bad days. The rewarding part is that you can go back over a time, no matter what you do, just like Neil said, no matter what you do, and you can look at that job and say it sucked, but I did it, and I did it well, and I'm proud of it.
Yeah,
that's just
when you
it.
complete that job is one of the best feelings, when a job that gives you a hard time.
Exactly.
Well, and as Neil mentioned in the chat, I mean, he likes to work semi-nude or fully nude, and so when he asks somebody to clean up in and around the dumpster, he's requesting things of how he works, and you have to keep that in mind that not everybody's going to want to work.
I thought I said on the weekends.
Oh, wow.
That's the only way to work, right, Neil?
But Neil, last time I checked, Monday was not a weekend, but that's not what I saw when you were working on Monday.
Oh gosh.
But no, I think
are we talking about the Brad's Workbench live stream? That was absolutely. I'll tell you what, that's worth the price of admission to go back and just see that whole ordeal. Tools and trash. My hat's off to you once again for that, man. He tried to get me suckered into that, and he's like, "What would you do for a super chat?" And I was like, "Not take my shirt off." I know live stream.
Yeah.
That stuff is there forever. Yeah, it was you and Justin work both. Yeah, I would have liked to see Brad got in on that. It would have really set it off the whole deal, but I think that could have been almost a viral video right there.
Well, you know how Brad is, man. He's not getting out of his comfort zone on that one.
No,
Heck,
yeah.
it's so hot in the shop right now. I take my shirt off for free.
It is that damn hot down there.
Work Pro likes you wearing that shirt though, Brandon. So
Yeah.
Yes.
I have noticed a lot of people have gotten Work Pro.
Banner. I need a banner.
Yeah, that'd be the smart thing for these tool companies. You know, this is the problem that I have, and maybe it's just me because I think outside of the box as much as possible. But you would think that all these companies would send banners out, no matter who it is, you know, Tecton or whatnot, to everybody's channel and say, hey, look, you guys are doing channels. I mean, you know, Bill's got his Work Pro and Chris has got a Tecton. Why wouldn't these tool companies, any of them, I don't care who it is, send a banner out or something to have some kind of propaganda on these live streams? You know they're going to hang it up, and it just blows my mind that none of them do that.
Nope.
You know, it's like free, cheap marketing. You know how much money these companies spend on marketing a year, and that they would get way more exposure like that. So I don't know.
Yeah, because we'd be seeing banners would be seen in like all the videos and live streams on these channels.
Yep.
Exactly.
But the other thing too is like that. I'm not gonna drag it around into all my videos forever. It's just there, you know. Like, so if someone else sent me a sign, I don't know where I would put it. Nowhere.
You can put it right up there on your cabinets on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I could just, you know.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be. The thing about it is with marketing, and I know because I've been around people that are big marketing people. The thing about marketing is it's a repetition thing. You see it and you think about it. It doesn't. You don't have to say stuff, you know.
Just watch what Harbor Freight does, and you know, take it out of their page.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, they're the geniuses of marketing right there. They've done the ultimate trolling. They trolled Snap-on. Look where it got them.
Yeah,
I mean, they really did.
I can't knock them.
I mean, I do have a Harbor Freight bucket.
There you go.
Yeah, you can hold that up there. Hold up that during your live stream. Just hang it up there. Just hang it up there the whole time until they see it.
Wait, right there.
Now, Neil, tell me the story behind the Work Pro banner again, because didn't you make that yourself?
No, I did not.
No?
They sent that to me.
Oh, okay. I thought you made that, because didn't it have your name on it, or did you just put a sticker on it?
Yeah, it's right there.
No,
Follow up maintenance.
Yeah, they asked me if I would want a banner to hang in a video, and I was like, yeah, send me one. I'll just stir it up and put it up there, and that's just where it resides. And they added in my Instagram there, and I think it's paid off pretty well because Work Pro Tools in the chat. Because at the end of the day, they're getting talked about a lot on YouTube. And
and you know what?
They're almost on everyone's live stream.
I'm
they're
still
always,
very,
they're always
I'm still
in the chat.
very proud of like
What company do you
tools
see
they
that
put
does
out.
that other than Work Pro?
Right. And like I had one guy come onto my channel was like, I was really disappointed with their 7-plier set. And I'm like, the one that's $8 on Amazon, you were disappointed in the quality? Like, I mean, I never promoted that set personally because I usually buy their more expensive type of tools. But yeah, I mean, like I think their tools have been great, and a lot of people have used them and enjoyed them, and it's still kicking around, man.
I'll tell you what, I'll give it to Work Pro Tools. Sue is an awesome person.
Yes,
I've talked to her, and she's definitely smart enough to realize that she doesn't have to say a whole lot about the tools. Just give it out to the guys and do stuff like that, and just be friendly. And there's not a lot of tool companies that have that kind of interaction. Even tool companies that I deal with, and I've refused a lot of tool companies here lately. I'm just not going to do the same thing that 900 other guys are doing. You know, I just don't want to. You know, I know a lot of these channels, they're trying to get bigger and whatnot. They're jumping on the bandwagon and getting some of this stuff, and that's fine. That's cool for them. I know they're happy and they're excited, and that's good. And I want them to have that excitement and passion. But at the end of the day, when you see the same pair of gloves on every single channel for 900 channels, I don't know how well that translates into not just the tool community is actually small, believe it or not. And when it comes down to it, 50% of my views come from unsubscribed, and it's not just me. I know guys with channels that 400,000 viewers on it.
80% of mine are
80%.
non-subscribers. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know guys with 400,000 subscribers, and 50% of their views are unsubscribed viewers. So you got to understand that even when your loyal followers are still a smaller base, they're loyal for you to get your videos going. But at the end of the day, the biggest views come from unsubscribed viewers usually. I don't know about you, Chris. You get a lot of big views on your channel if you have that same.
Well,
I was just actually going to look. Not subscribed is 89.9%.
That's really
89. Wow.
89.9% are not subscribed.
Oh wow! Oh no, I thought you said it worked.
Wow, that's great. I get 50.
Because the same thing for me. Like all my views and
that's good though, because that means you can try and reel them in.
But see,
go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
But that's kind of the fun of it. I don't really look at those things. I mean, because I don't have anything to compare it to. So unless we talk about those things, we don't really know what it is because we don't have a baseline. But it's fun metrics. So they're interesting to tackle in a way of so think about this. If CP the Tool Addict is passionate and adamant about Mac tools, how can he reach Mac tool people that aren't familiar with the brand? How can he make it enticing so that they want to watch him, but they also want to feel his passion for that brand?
Right.
And so you have to think, how can I do this differently? How can I do this in a way that's engaging to help grow my channel, but yet also promote the brand that you love? And those are the things that we have to think of from a creative standpoint. And some of it is creativity. The other part is how can you polish your video to be a little bit different? Can you get your lighting a little bit differently? Can you, I was talking to Brandon a couple weeks ago or a month ago and said, you know what? He uses GoPro. GoPro has an add-on app that you can just slam together your clips, and maybe it'll throw together a B-roll for you that you might not like, but it's better than not having one. And so it's not necessarily working smarter or harder. It's just working differently.
Right. I agree. I definitely agree. It is. It's always challenging to me. I look at obviously I'm very big on the matrix, but I'm a numbers guy. Always have been. And when I was a tool dealer, my thing was I wanted to find out how I could figure out when I started selling tools, walking into these shops. The worst part about it is when you're a tool truck dealer is you listen to YouTube videos. Imagine that happening to you 500 times a day. That everybody says, well, I never had a Snap-on guy. I don't know why you're here in my shop, or I've never had a Matco guy, or this and that. And they's like, your tools are junk or whatnot. So how do you get into these guys? How do you help sell the tools to these guys when they're telling you that? Well, most times when those guys say that, they're saying that because they want you to come there. So the people that try to scream the loudest are usually sometimes your best customers. And all you got to do is just be nice to them, and just continually come back and keep talking to them, and don't shove tools in their face. But I had to figure out ways to be able to talk to those guys and not feel like I was going to have to get beat up with a ball bat every time. And being creative on YouTube is a lot harder. I'll tell you that much, because people are very critical, and they don't have a face on YouTube, so they were willing to say a lot more to you than they would in person.
Well, I will say though, that's society nowadays, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
social media society.
It's not even social media. It's I don't know how you guys are, how your interactions are, but I just kind of noticed everyone wants to one up or just put people down to make themselves. I see that a lot. I used to never believe it, but it's everyone just forms a judgmental opinion right off the bat, and
right. I'm guilty of it. Then again, I have this just this part of me that I want to help people out. That's my biggest thing is I want to help people out. And when I see somebody doing something strictly to help themselves out, a lot of times, I don't know, it just kind of irritates me, and I can't help it. And it's okay, what are you actually contributing here other than you're just, trying to help yourself out? There's everybody in this chat right here I believe tries to help people out in certain ways that nobody else does on YouTube.
I
You know,
got
I've seen.
real quick.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I got a. I have a video like why you should get into apartment maintenance, and I put
Right.
out months ago. But some guy commented last night. He's like, "I start next week. Thank you for the video. Helped a lot to know what I'm
Boom.
in for." And that was like one of the best comments I've gotten in a long time.
You know, one of my
Right.
one of my best videos that I think I help out a lot is the my UTI experience going to Universal Technical Institute. I get like teenagers, I get people that are my age or a little bit older. They're always asking me questions on like, did you like it? Should I go? I'm at to start school soon. Like, how was it? And I told them the truth. I said, whatever fits in your budget. If you honestly believe that you're going to put all your attention into school while you're there, and go for it. But if you don't have the funds, try to look into like a community college and go that route where it's a lot cheaper and it's more beneficial for you because it's more convenient. Like for me, it was a 2 hour, I had to move 2 hours away to go to school. Now, I
Right.
love the experience, everything I did. I don't feel like I put enough effort into it just because I also had to work almost 40 hours a week while I went to school to pay for rent, food, and all that other stuff just to try to survive. And I'd fall asleep in class because I worked so much to try to survive to go to school. And that's the biggest thing. If you're focusing on everything else but learning, you're going to struggle at whatever school you're going to.
Right. I'd
But
agree
see,
100% with that.
but see, Tony, something you said right there is you were looking at your budget. You were working while you were going to school. You were paying for your school.
Right.
You weren't using some kind of assistance. Maybe you were, but you were working while you were working for your future. And that's one of the things that not everybody does
It's what
today,
to do.
where they're overly passionate about what they do and they want to succeed. So they're going to work as hard as they can.
And I didn't even work at a shop while I was in school. I worked at a Target.
Right. And that's even
Oh,
where
wow.
that's even where it goes like above and beyond. You worked your tail off to get somewhere because you had dreams and goals and you wanted to better yourself and your future family. Where anybody that's going in the automotive industry, I'm not saying that you have to own 7 cars, but I remember when I was working, I did work at a lube tech for 4 years. There was one year we bought and sold 7 cars between my brother and I, just because that's what we loved. And I get sucked into things and I get super passionate about it. And I kind of start hoarding those things. And other people, they have to front the bill themselves in order to get the best experience out of it. So I think those are 2 really great experiences. You can tell when somebody succeeds, when they work their tail off, they invest their own money in it, and then they invest their own time in it.
Yep. That's pretty solid.
Well,
I agree with that.
I love having a conversation with that. Like that's literally one of my favorite, just because the conversations to try to steer someone in the right path.
Yep.
Yeah, Brad's workbench.
It's definitely up to them. Don't always go off of my opinion, but that's just my reality of how I went through to go through school.
I sometimes misread the comments, but Brad's workbench put in there, he searched for UTI experience and he thought he found it by mistake, thinking of something else. But then he said a lot of women find it, so I wasn't sure what he was trying to put in there.
I think Brad was definitely. Why are you having so many UTIs, Brad, that you got to search it on YouTube? That's what I'm curious about.
Man, like you can read my wife's comment in the chat. It says she remembers me getting up at 5 a.m. and home after midnight almost every single night while I went to school.
See,
and right there, that's what I get fired up. Sorry to cut you off there, Neil. The one thing that's what I'm passionate about when I do, when I get a little bit upset about some of these guys that talk about stuff on here have never done that. I've done that as well. You've done that. The trade, for what we're doing in the trade and how you feel about it, that right there is what nobody talks about. If you haven't done that and you're on YouTube and you're trying to push tools and this and that, okay, you never were. This wasn't your trade. This wasn't what you did. This wasn't your job. So you got to understand. You better have recognition and respect for that for the people that have done it, because those guys that did get up at 5 a.m., going to school, worked a job, and did all that stuff, still trying to make money. They went through the motions to do this, and that's what it's just. I feel like they don't respect that. They just kind of come in and act like, well, I'm end all be all. I know what I'm talking about, this and that. Well, I don't know. I bet you talk to guys like Eric O and Keith DeFazio, and they tell you the same thing. I can relate with what you're saying on that, Tony. There's a lot of heartache you go through in this trade to get where you're at, and that's what makes you a little bit more passionate about it when somebody comes in and tries to stomp on it with some garbage. I don't know.
Like the one of the other biggest thing is trying to get in this field is like depending on where you're at, it's different for wherever. It's two things. Wherever you go, it's people that don't want to give their knowledge to you, and if you ask questions, they say go to service information. I'm not going to help you. Or you got Harbor Freight? What? You're not a mechanic. You need Snap-on. Like, no, it's use what you can afford. And in this field, you definitely should help people out. Like when people ask me, hey, how do you do this on this? I'm like, you can. There's two ways. You can do the right way, which is service info, or you can do it my way, and it might help you out a little bit. It might not be your way of doing it, but it'll it's the in between where whatever works for you is best for you. But I'm gonna show you my way, and if you like it, you can use it. If not, you can adapt it to your own likings.
No, I agree. Absolutely.
Like, right now, like really grinds my gear. One guy at work, my apprentice had asked him to. I wasn't there just yet. He asked him for assistance, for help, for something, and he was like, "Go look on service info or ask your mentor." I'm like, "Are you serious, dude? Like, he's a student.
Right.
He's learning. Like, why are
Exactly.
you even telling him that? It should no matter if you like me or don't like me. You should not be telling someone that is learning, go. I'm not going to help you."
Yep. No, dude. That's a very good point there too, because with me doing mobile diagnostics now, I've also been called in to help guys do that same thing. So the shop owners and the alleged shop foremans of some of these shops are doing the same thing, like you're saying, telling people to go. The biggest one is I noticed a couple shops use all data online now to do that same thing, where they send them that. He's like, oh, well, if you can't figure it out, go to all data and call them. So they're paying me to come in and basically babysit these guys and help train them. I had a guy here just Tuesday when I had to go do a job on an Infinity. They called me up. They said they couldn't figure out what's going on. Well, the shop foreman didn't want to deal with it. It was a younger kid that was working on it, and the distributor went bad in this Infinity Q4. And so he called me up there, and I got up there, and I just completely patient as I try to be. And I said, so tell me what you did. The kid's name was Mike, and I said, Mike, tell me what you did. He said, well, we checked the distributor, and it wasn't putting out sparks, so we got a new distributor. And I said, okay. And then I said, well, did you check? So when you put the distributor in, did you get the motor up the top dead center? Yep, sure did. Blah, blah, blah. Then we checked it. He said then it wouldn't start after they put the distributor in. And I said, is there a chance you got it 180 degrees off? Well, you can do that? And he's only 21 years old, and I said, well, absolutely. You could have got it off a couple teeth even. And it's sure enough, we went through the steps. And then I showed him, how to do it so that he wouldn't, next time he had to run across that situation. A lot of guys probably aren't putting in distributors now, and this is an older vehicle. It was a 97 Infinity, I think it was, which, you don't see that as much of that stuff. But, the shop foreman had the ability to do that. And then when I told him what was wrong with it, he was like, well, I wish I'd have known that. We wouldn't even called you in. Well, if you took some time and talked to your tech and worked with them and understand what was going on, you wouldn't have had this problem in the first place. And now you're paying me $250 to come up here to do this. So
I've been doing it for 8 years. I'm not gonna lie. Every once in a while, I'll ask my shop foreman, "Hey, can't figure this one out." He'll just say he'll go down his flow of what he would do, and I'm like, "Oh well, sorry. Let me go back because I forgot to do that real quick. Let me go check it, and then I won't go back to him because then I went on the right path and I fixed it afterwards." Or I'll say, "Hey, can you give me a hand? Let me bounce some things off of you because this doesn't add up right now." And that's what this field should be about, or any field, to be honest, helping each other, because it's about the customer. It's about the pride of what you do, and to help the customer get them in and out at a reasonable time frame.
Right, absolutely. Go ahead, Neil.
So where I work, our boss also is friends with another guy who owns a bunch of properties, and he's very loyal to his maintenance staff. That they don't do a lot. So, like, for example, I'll be working along one day and I'll get a call and go, at their property, they can't get a light switch to work. Well, it's a 3-way switch, so I have to go down there and wire in their 3-way switches. Or like on a Friday one day, I guess their maintenance guys were doing something in the apartment and all the apartment outlets went out. They're like, we can't figure it out. Could be the breaker, blah, blah. So I go in there and like, I work on some old breakers. Like they're bad. They're not, electricians don't like to work on them. Pull the panel apart. Breaker looks all right. Put it back together. So then I go in the apartment. All the outlets look brand new. Start pulling them out one by one. Sure enough, so fucking hot wire just sparking off the metal box. Like they literally installed these like a couple hours ago. And it's like, why do you? I don't know why people employ those types of people.
Well, Neil, I remember I hit you and Dewey up about a month or so ago when I still had like 38 to 40 volts on what could have been an off circuit. And once I tracked that down, that circuit was also running on some outlets that I installed one of those Angel Halo lights on that have the sensor when it goes dark, the little LED lights go off. So it was the resistor on that was still pulling those 30 volts. The second you put a load on it, boom, it was gone. And so that was kind of like, how should I say, not a smoking gun, but it gave me a trail that I scratched my head for about an hour or two and never got back to you guys of, this line's supposed to be dead. There's not supposed to be anything on it, but there was. And it was that stupid little light. So I don't know. I've just had 2 bad LED lights in the kitchen that have gone out because.
Yeah, I remember that too.
So I didn't want to believe that was the case, that I had an LED light go out twice in a matter of 2 to 3 months, but that's really what it was.
Wow. See, and that's also where like it helps. Like you could tell me that or whatever over the phone, but unless I'm there and being able to help, trace stuff or look for stuff, it's kind of hard.
Yeah.
Same thing with small engines. When someone asks some of the small engine questions they ask, without being there, it's kind of hard to diagnose the issue sometimes.
Yeah, because you want to look at certain things and see. People ask me all the time. I get a lot of questions via Instagram. Hey, can you help me out? Do this? Can you help me out with doing that? Well, the check process for doing a ABS module, is not the same as what I can sit there and tell you to do. Do you have this? What kind of equipment do you have? That there's such a huge list sometimes. It's really frustrating because you want to help some people out and it's really hard to at the same time because you're not there. So I can appreciate that, Neil. That definitely makes sense.
I mean, I'm just more hands-on. Like I gotta be there. I'm not very good at like, doing it over the phone. Unless if like in my head I know exactly what the issue is.
Right.
Electrical is something that's just it can be very like Brad's workbench one time shot me a question and I was trying to figure it out and it was just a bad switch. That was all it was. And like I've ran across a bad switch like we have 3-way switches in our apartment. Some of them they're like 70 years old. So it's not like
good Lord.
Yeah, and like when we remodel an apartment, we go through and we change out everything, but it's not a common occurrence for a switch to go bad. Like they do have a long lifetime.
Right.
Now, Brandon, do you ever get like a customer bringing you like a small engine but completely apart and pieces missing and say, hey, fix it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's happened.
That's annoying.
They go, I tried.
How about you, Neil? Do you ever walk into an apartment and somebody's got everything thrown away and they look like a kid with a candy in his hand in the cookie jar?
All right, so probably the most common thing is sometimes their ceiling fans are like torn down, but in order for them to get the electrical wires back on, they use Band-Aids to connect the hot. And
Oh my God.
I'm always like, man, I wish I could have at least been there to see them do that.
Jeez Louise. You got to be kidding me. I get that type of stuff. I do get annoyed by that. I had a guy bringing a Jeep one time. Oh man, this was been last year now. I can't remember what the situation was. I remember I just looked at the Jeep. He had the whole dash tore apart on it. I can't remember what the heck it was. I looked at him and I said, no. I said, go put that thing back together. I said, I'm not touching it. I'm not gonna find. I'm telling you right now, I'm charging you 2 to 3 hours alone for what you've already got done, because I'm not gonna search for nuts and bolts. And you're better off to bring it to me. And I said, I'll direct you in the right direction. I'll give you some advice right now. But I said, as far as me working on this thing, I'm not touching it. I'm not gonna touch it. He had wires out of the Jeep. It was a Grand Cherokee, and I was like, dude, don't ever do this again.
Yeah, certain
you
jobs,
pretty much.
it's just not worth it. It's not worth the headache. It's not worth the of what you're going to make to do it. You're spending more time thinking and looking for stuff than what you're going to actually make out of it.
No, yeah, exactly. Those guys do that all the time. I've helped out a lot of people over the years, and I've already been that guinea pig a couple times. I learned my lesson. If they've got it all cobbled up and pulled apart, I'm not gonna go down. Because then they're gonna be like, oh well, I want to pay you $100 to fix it. No, that's not. My time is worth money.
And for me, like for side jobs, people are always asking for a discount, but for me, it's different because I love my family, I love my wife, I love my daughter. If you're gonna pull me away from my wife and my daughter, sorry, you're gonna pay an extra fee. And I always tell people, it's not gonna hurt my feelings if you say no, your price is too high, I'm going somewhere else. But if you're gonna pull me away from the weekend of spending the time with them, you're gonna have to compensate for money to go in my daughter's piggy bank.
Yep, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. I've said this a few times, but
they call it backyard mechanic.
That.
Yeah.
Is it a bad thing? I typically charge more for the weekend because that's after hours for me.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, like during the week or the weekend, it's extra because you're taking time away.
Yep. Bring it to me at work. I'll squeeze you in.
Yeah, I try not to work on weekends, but it happens. Get booked up, have no choice but work on weekends.
People in the next year or two are going to be screaming about what they're going to have to pay to get their cars worked on because of people not coming into the trade, and they think it's bad now. I've always said this is one of the worst complaining people give is about car repairs, because it's something that they don't want to have to do, first of all, and then when they have to do it, it's because they want their car, but yet they don't want to pay. And I'm like, you know what? That's part of the process when you buy a car. So there's a lot of DIYers out there, and that's exactly why I have my YouTube, so that I can probably try to help them out a little bit in that aspect, so that, because there's car repairs are not gonna. You could do car repair videos and help people out all you want, and I still don't think that it's gonna eliminate car repair work coming to me. I don't have a shortage of people wanting me to not work on their cars, and I'm not going to ever have a shortage of it.
I'll say I send it in because I don't have the time and I need it to get to work. Second of all, I just had, in Pennsylvania we have inspection every year, which a lot of people hate. I don't. It helps keep safe, reliable vehicles on the road.
Oh yeah.
But it's also, people are like, mechanics are ripping us off, blah blah, whatever.
Good night, Sue.
So I go in. Good night, Sue. Thank you for joining us. So I took it in like a week ago, and I get it back, and I'm driving in and out of work, and 4 days later, I'm hearing this. Yeah, it sounds like my brakes are going bad, even though they just sent it back, said everything was good. So I call him up, and I'm like, listen, I'm hearing some noises. Can I drop it off? This is Friday after work. I drop it off. He calls me back Saturday. He goes, yeah, when they were inspecting your brakes and put them back on, they screwed up. and we put all new brakes and rotors on the back, and I was like, thank God. See, so there are great mechanics out there. There's great companies out there. I go to Mr. Tire just because of that, because I've had a few great experiences with them, and they could have said anything, but they didn't.
The people, the worst people that I have problems with are the people that shop around for a mechanic. Find a good mechanic, stick with them. Do not question them what they charge you. If they're a good mechanic and you feel like the first couple times, chances are they're not screwing you over. You know, no mechanic. The one evil word in this whole industry of mechanic stuff is when people say the mechanic screwed me. A lot of times the mechanic didn't screw you, the shop owner did. If anybody's screwing you, because they're the ones that are dictating the prices.
Right, yeah.
Okay, the mechanic just does the job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but the dealerships have it. I just watched a video on Cody's Auto Diagnostics. Couldn't agree with him more. I don't know if you've seen he did that yesterday. He did a video, Ford dealership, did a diag on a car. The guy, what he did was they pulled in, they were losing coolant, and whoever the tech was, and I'm not dogging against this, because these people need to be trained. I should say, if there's an opportunity to train them when they do something like this, what I would do in my case, if a customer did, I would call up and ask them, hey, are you guys aware that this was a misdiagnosed situation? I don't want this to become a problem, or somebody say something bad about your shop. But I found out that wasn't the case. But what Cody found out was they had a leaky hose on it, and they diagnosed it as a head gasket. Long story short, which it wasn't a head gasket. And all he did was pull out a spark plug, and then they charged him $217 for the diag at the Ford dealership. So yeah, that's how easily you can get bad names in this industry, is from doing that. I don't want to, and like I said, I don't want to dog on anybody in this trade, but it's a coaching opportunity. It's an opportunity to learn. And that's where, I would like to, it would be right for the Ford dealership to give the money back to the customer. I would call them as a shop owner. I would call them and say, hey guys, look, I have the customer here where you looked at their car and you diagnosed it for this, but I actually found out that wasn't the case. Is there anything you want to do, or anything we can do to either help the tech, help the customer, so that we don't have any conflict? I don't want to tell the customer what's going on until I can have a conversation with you. And I've done that several times, and it's always worked out very successfully. Normally a shop will be good enough that they'll say, yeah, you're right. We don't want them getting charged for that or whatnot, and work with them instead of I had a guy call me from 200 miles away from a customer that had a Dodge they have problems with their wheels on their ProMaster vans.
Yeah.
So the shop that our shop did tires on this van, and he got down there and the wheels were wobbling. Well, instantly I thought, oh my God, the tech didn't torque, or our kid, the guy in the shop didn't torque the wheels, blah, blah, blah. He called up and he goes, hey, I just wanted to let you know, because I heard the customer calling you and was complaining, but I'm going to talk to him because Dodge, these have had issues with these wheels, and we found that there were several cracks in the wheel. So, this was not a fault of yours. But if that would have went on any further, this guy could have put it on social media, said something bad against our shop. He was nice enough to call me from 200 miles away. Doesn't know me from Adam. Doesn't know anything about us from Adam. And he called, and I said, dude, I appreciate that. Definitely. Let's work on getting this done with the customer. And he called. Then the customer called back to me and said, hey, you're right. You guys did everything fine. It was just faulty wheels. Now all four of them are bad. So they're putting on 4 new rims for me, and they got them at cost for me. So to help that guy out.
Oh yeah.
That's just how it should be. We gotta all work together in the big scheme of things.
Yeah, so there's a machine shop that's near my job, and every once in a while he'll come to us and ask us, for help for either electrical issue or anything GM based, and we help him. We don't charge him anything. We've had an instance where we broke a bolt somewhere, and we needed him to drill it out or do a free head check, and he would say, yeah, sure, because we have a deal where we don't really physically charge each other with money. We just charge each other with, hey, can you help me out, or I'll help you out with this, or vice versa.
Right.
And that's
Right.
how it should be, to be honest.
Yeah, dude. If we could all start doing that when we, I just, I know that I'm a son of a gun when it comes to some people. I don't, they make me upset, and I say things about them that, probably isn't always the most colorful, but that's because they're not, I just see what they're doing, and it's like, you know, work together and stop doing this stupid crap and help out. Eric O at South Main Auto. I see Zaphael said, he likes South Main Auto. Eric O is a great guy. And you look at the people that have dealt with Eric O, Pine Hollow, and then Grumpy Mechanic and all those guys. They all work together, and you never hear them say anything bad because they're always doing something for each other, and they stay away from that crap. That's. Go ahead, Neil.
I just gotta ask both CP and 410 and anyone else who wants to chime in on this. What do you think it would take to maybe attract young people into automotive repair?
Lots. It would take people to stop saying that treating people like mechanics are beneath them. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that treat mechanics like they're beneath them. And then there's people, even the tool companies. I'll be honest with you. There's tool companies that they don't believe that the mechanics are that smart, and they treat them like that by selling them, trying to sell them tools on gimmicky stuff and whatnot. What it would take is a lot more guys like Eric O. I'd like to think of myself, 410. Guys in this industry that are willing to help techs out, take on, the frustrating things of, it's really hard to deal with a new tech because you're going to have a lot of emotion with them. You got a lot. I mean, I know how I was. You get.
Hey, CP here. Just go fire you up for the next job.
Well, I do. I get a short fuse. I'm just like anybody else. I get a short fuse when I'm frustrated with something, and I'll say something. Like I had a kid the other day that, he just wouldn't listen to me, and I'm like, I'm gonna grab you by your neck, and I'm gonna wring the shit out of it until you listen. But like you keep saying the same thing over and over, but it's all you making excuses, and you're not listening to what I'm telling you.
Right.
And it's really hard to overcome that. But to be able to get there to help somebody out like that is, they got to be able to listen to you and respect you and everything like that. And that's, certain people have it better than others, but that would be what the number one, my opinion would be, because when everybody that ever helped me out when I was coming up as an auto tech, even going to school, and I'm sure Tony, you can say it. You go to school, the trade school is nice and everything, but when you get out of trade school, you're still like Ray Charles looking for a bright light. You're still trying to figure. Yeah, you're still you don't learn anything in school. You can't get experience. Is just so much. There's things that I wouldn't. That I would have never been able to know or do. Certain things I go when a car comes in and there's something going on with it. Certain things I just know what to do instinctively.
That like human interaction seems very like we have to start teaching that.
Right.
Yeah, like for me, like my apprentice, like you said, CP, like he'll say, "How'd you know that? Like, why didn't we look on at like service info to figure it out?" I just like, for me, sometimes I gotta step back. I shouldn't do certain things just because I already know, like which way to go. Like I need sometimes you need to slow down to show him. Like, look on SI. That's your baby, like learning how to walk first. You're crawling and then learning how to walk, and it's just experience of like the customer's complaint where you just have to you diagnose their complaint other than what the actual car is doing.
So
Absolutely.
do you think so? You guys have a ton of information that you threw out there, but do you think any of the frustration is ever the parts or the parts quality that people choose? Because like I'm sitting here listening to this, and I'm like, so could we get Chad like really fired up? Could we have a brand new tech that's like $30,000 deep into debt that's replacing the third Dorman part week over week? It's like it doesn't matter how great a tools you have if you're using a terrible part or a quality part that doesn't last up.
Yeah,
And you think
parts
you
stores are just as bad as tool
I'll
companies.
be honest, my head just went.
because it's a bad, but it turns out to be a bad, faulty new part.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
Been there, done that.
So the reason I say that is because we can talk about educating and getting experience up, but you can't beat the real world experience of, okay, well, a lot of people today as consumers think I want the best price, but they forget that they really truly want the best quality for the best price. And they want it fast.
For us right now, it's like with GM, we went through, the union worker strike. That was rough. Telling a customer they have to wait 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months for a part, and just because that's what we warranty. We warranty, GM quality OEM parts. We can't warranty certain aftermarket parts. We would love to throw it on to get you out the door to help you out, but we can't because we can't stand behind it. And if we can't stand behind it, we don't want to put it on your vehicle.
Exactly. And
it
that's
turns out to be more of a headache.
That's a really excellent point, Chris, because I just as far as experience and parts, just like this deal I did last week or Tuesday with this ignition system and this deal, I pulled the spark plugs or the plugs off the top of the coil and had them crank it over, and the car was throwing out weak spark, and I could tell that because I knew from the naked eye that it was showing putting out yellow spark that wasn't blue, wasn't snapping like it's supposed to, and I knew that instinctively. And I immediately thought right away, okay, you got a bad distributor. And I was like, what part did you use? Because you know certain parts just like you do, Tony. Like Dorman. Of course, everybody's heard Dorman the most because Dorman has the most hit or miss garbage on the market. The cheap parts are definitely, and that's why if you watch Eric Go's channel, you'll know I'm no different. That's why I always go OEM no matter what, as much as possible, even if it is more expensive, because I hate doing the job twice. There's a reason why parts stores have labor claims. That's the reason why they have them, is because they sell junk. That's the reason why there's warranties on tools, because they sell junk. And it's not worth your time. It's a waste of your time.
I'll tell you, since parts are overpriced. I mean, it's terrible. Like a customer Friday needed all the lug nuts on the Equinox. They swell, and I priced them up for 16 lug nuts for $283. How do you sell that to a customer? How?
Yeah.
I mean, not only that, but the turn signal fluid is just, the price has jumped. So much over the last 5 years. I can't. Do you see Royal Purple's making it now?
2013 Sonic OEM are $38 a piece.
Wow.
How do you justify that?
Well, it's like putting in the headlights in a Ford. The Ford. The cars. I can't think what it is, like Focus or whatever. You got to tear the whole front bumper off.
Yeah, for the Malibus for us, the 2010 Malibus, you have to take off the front bumper. We charge an hour labor, and that's over $100 to change the light bulb.
That's one thing I respect about Kia, is they left room so I can change my fucking light bulbs.
Kia, if you're listening, can you sponsor Neil?
Send me a Telluride.
Send me a fleet of cars.
I need a Telluride. I do.
And like I want to say Tuesday, I think I recommended a cabin filter, and for parts and labor was like $70, and the customer was like, no, that's too expensive for me. And he was like, it's just a cabin filter. It's not that hard. I said, all right, well,
tell him to do it himself.
You have to take 8 screws apart and take your glove box out just to change it. He was like, are you serious? I said, yeah. I was like, you can do it if you want. He was like, come on, man. Can you just do it on the side for me? I was like, no. I said, I've been here 8 years.
$70.
You're a customer through the shop. Once you become a customer through the shop, I cannot work on your car. Right. It's just morally wrong for me, and I don't want to lose my job for $40.
I'll say that too on the Kia. Two things: you just pull the loops out, the glove box drops down, you put the new cabin air filter in, bingo bang,
come on,
you're done, man.
Brandon, put a tag in here. Kia, the maintenance man needs a sponsor for Kia.
Yeah, right.
Well, I
banner right now.
I will piggyback off that because our 2018 Kia Sedona XLS, which we got an extremely great deal on at the
Oh,
end of
here
the
we go.
year, we paid a super low MSRP. It was like $13,000 under MSRP. It also is very easy to change the light bulbs and cabin filter on. And I will tell you that, they still will warranty the car even if you buy aftermarket oil filters on it. And to do it
Yeah.
yourself, you just have to keep records and receipts.
I'm
So
going to say this about Kia. So I bought a 2000. I think it's a 2003 Kia Sorento, and believe it or not, it might have been 04, but those things were built. They were the only other SUV besides Jeep that had a true SUV frame. Meant that it was designated just for that vehicle. It wasn't a fucking car on SUV frame. Anyways, so I would go off-roading, and I'd go off-roading with guys that had like Jeep CJ5s with fucking 350 small blocks in them. They're all blown away by this. So I was off-roading one day, and
Oh boy.
I was going through some mud pits, and I don't know, I hit something, and I just fucking kept jamming more. I popped up over where I needed to pop up. I'm driving home, and then like 3 days later, all of a sudden I see my hot needle go all the way up. So I pull over, shut the car off, get it towed back to Kia. And what they told me was basically I knocked my radiator loose and it fell into my engine. They're like, you might need a new engine. It might be like $3,000. So my dad knows that I was off-roading, and he's like, do you have
King of the
$3,000?
Hammers. Watch
He's like,
out.
do you have $3,000? Because if you don't, you're going to be fucked, And I'm like, I was sweating bullets. So basically, they called me back. They said they're able to fix my engine. It's $650. I had just got my tax return, which was like a little bit over that. So I went in. I paid. I mean, I swear to God, man, I thought I was going to lose my life because that's my vehicle. Paid it off, and ever since then I've been a big fan of Kia because like they could have just said you need a new engine, right?
So when are you going to King of the Hammers, Neil?
What's King of the Hammers?
It's an off-roading event. It's with the world's best off-roading vehicles.
I
want to see this Kia. I want to see a Kia in the King of the Hammers next year.
I'll tell you what.
Signed up for it.
My idea is this brag is.
Guys, I'm gonna go to the house and switch onto the house computer.
All right, brother.
Okay.
I think this thing's 2009, so it's 11 years old. I'm trying to maybe in 2 years I'll get my wife a new car, and then I'm gonna take this as a vehicle, and maybe I'll beat the shit out of it because I miss off-roading.
Well, Neil, that one has a V8 in it too, doesn't it?
Yes.
No, so
Oh,
when Neil buys the Kia, he buys the big one,
Premium.
and he's
Premium package.
and he's a baller.
That's what he's definitely got. The King of the Hammer vehicle. He's got a V8, Kia, all-wheel drive. You're good to
There
go,
will be
buddy.
warranty.
Well, the best thing about this is
Yeah.
it's kind of like a Forerunner. So like Toyota does a great job with their torque so you could take any Toyota SUV or whatever and basically rock crawl that right off factory, right?
Yeah.
Just not high horsepower, but high torque.
You don't need
It's
high
good.
horsepower. They use R22s and Toyotas on a lot of things too.
Yeah.
Rock on.
They're just fucking great engines, right? Like their V6, even the 4-cylinders. But
Slip a Atlas behind it, just like Princess Jamie said. Put you on
Yes.
some 40s. What'd you say? Put you on some. Yeah, you're good to
Yeah.
go, bud.
this is like
Get an
a
Atlas little slam in there.
This is like a Forerunner with a V8, so it has that nice crawling ability, but yet you got you gone through some mud puddles or whatever.
Yeah, I don't hate Kia. I'll tell you what. I worked for a BMW Mercedes dealership when I first started working on cars, and this is the reason why I'm not a tool dealer anymore, and this is the reason why I don't work for a dealership anymore is because I got tired of sticking up for one, working on one brand, and wishing that I could work on all brands and do with all stuff. And that's the problem is that I'm not super loyal to one tool company or one car company. I will literally drive whatever, I find on the side of the road to pick up. I don't know if you guys watch Vice Grip Garage or not,
Oh yeah.
but I kick myself in the ass because I've been doing what that guy's been doing for years. I literally got a PT Cruiser. Everybody told me this thing. Why are you wasting your time on this thing? I bought a 2000 PT Cruiser at the auction as a joke, and it didn't run. Didn't It's completely. People are like, it's not worth anything. It's scrap. Let it go to the junkyard. And I'm like, no, the body's straight on it. I'm gonna run this thing. I'm gonna get in here and figure it out. And so I put a new motor in it, and everybody's like, man, that's a nice car now, isn't it? And I'm like, damn right it is. I found a motor for a decent price, and then the air conditioning blows colder than all get out. It's the finest American automobile made in Mexico that there ever has been. So
I have a funny story about. So one time I was at a gas station. I forget who I was dating at the time, but they went to the gas station. There's this guy that pulled up in a PT Cruiser, and he goes, you seem like a tall guy. His girl went in to grab something. He's like, hop in. Look how much room this fucking thing has. So like, I hopped in the front seat, and I'm like, wow, yeah, like it's big, it's nice, and all this. And he's talking to me like, and I thought it was a nice car, But I get out and I get back into my car with my girl, and she's like, what the fuck were you doing in that car? I'm like, I was pumping gas, and the dude told me to get in. Like, I mean,
you almost got kidnapped by a dude that owns a PT Cruiser. That is the story right there.
I mean, this is probably like, I don't know, 16 years ago or something like that. But
yeah. they're not.
That's my memory of the PT.
They do have a ton of room in it. So what I got this car for was to be a mobile diagnostic vehicle. Unfortunately, I decided it's not going to be worth working for my needs. My buddy Tool Guy Ty, he's got a Dodge ProMaster van that he has for a mobile vehicle, and I decided that I'm going to go that route. I'm actually probably going to get a Ford Transit Connect, which is the midsize thing. I think is what I'm going to do.
You're not
just because I can just get some more stuff in it and whatnot, but I'm definitely going to have a mobile diag vehicle. I just, for what I'm doing, it's just, I need something that I can put stuff in there. Travis from Working Class Garage, I think he's got a step van.
Was it an ice cream truck, or was it a UPS truck?
It's some kind of step van. I think he's got. He hasn't showed it yet, but I think that's a little bit much. Yeah, I think that might be a little bit much. I only plan on doing, so what I'm setting my mobile diag up for is basically just doing, electrical issues. That's all I'm doing it for. I'm not pulling transmissions anymore. I'm not doing motors. I got a guy that does all that stuff now. I'm not saying it's beneath me, but I'm just not as agile. Huh?
I said I haven't even been doing it as long as you, but I already don't like doing it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not my thing, but there's guys that do like doing that, and they just like swapping, and that's what I got those guys for. I like doing the diags. I like, so I want to set this thing up so that I can basically roll up, back up to something. If a car's in the shop, I can back up to the door and pull out Picos and stuff like that and go to town on this with, like a surgeon, to start hooking wires up to it and go at it. And that's kind of my game plan, because that's what I always get called in for. Every time there's something that, it's any shop around here that wants me to do something, it's always electrical, and that's all I do. So it works perfect for me. I don't need to be in a shop anymore. That's why I came home. I let the guys that working in the shop, they can be in the shop working and doing the stuff that they need to with the lifts. I don't plan on being under a car much. I don't change oil. I don't do brakes. I don't do suspension. Anything I ever usually do is for diag, figuring out problems. That's what I like doing, because I'm just like, I don't know. I find it interesting for me, to figure out why something doesn't have a heartbeat. It's just, that's what I like doing.
So I've been thinking about this more and more, and I like kind of also want to buy a vehicle. Like, I feel like an old man, but my grandfather like big boats. So
yeah, I love big boats.
Yeah, the Cadillac or the Lincoln, Neil.
So I actually, my first vehicle was a 1990 Lincoln Town Car.
Oh,
Um,
that's a mid-size car compared to what they used to be.
Did that have airbags on it yet, or not? I can't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah,
the
airbags.
1990 had the airbag suspension, and it was actually the longest production vehicle I think ever made.
No,
It was
72
23.
Fleetwood was 18 and a half feet long.
Really?
Yeah, 72 Cadillac Fleetwood from bumper to bumper is 18 and a half feet long. Four door. They even had it. They had a Fleetwood production Fleetwood that had kickboards in the back seat because it was considered almost a limousine car. And I know that when I was a kid because I had that car, and that was my car that I drove to high school every day.
There's a boat with wheels on
Well,
it.
so was that Lincoln, and it leaked every fucking fluid it could. I had to fill it up daily, but you know, moving along, like I want the. You guys ever watch The Departed?
Mm-hmm.
I want that fucking Buick. That's what I want.
Yeah. Departed. What's the Buick in there they had? Was it an Electra?
I think it was
455.
not the station wagon, but it's the Roadmaster, not the sedan.
Oh, yeah.
Like
for sure.
92, I think. Or something like that. I don't know. I kind of want to buy a Buick now.
Yeah, I've had a Buick. I've had a Buick Electra with a 455 Rocket. I've had a Riviera with a boat tail. I've had almost 200 cars personally I've owned since I've been 16 years old.
Have you ever had a because this was another car I'd like to own eventually, but like and my uncle had like the Hearst Olds, I think is like a 73, maybe 68, I don't know. Had the rounder lights, but he always pointed out the Ford SHOs.
That's the question.
And those things seem, I mean, they are awesome. I would love
2.3 turbo. 2.3 turbo Ford SHO.
Yeah. The Taurus SHOs.
Oh no, okay, no, those things were junk. They've had the
like the 92
3.3. Yeah, 3.3 dual overhead cam. I remember those. Those and the Luminas with a 3.4. Tony, have you ever had to work on any 3.4 liter Chevy engines?
Yes.
The dual overhead, the older ones, not the ones they did after the 3.1 upgrade. So it'd be like
the Riveras, Buick Riveras.
Yeah, they might have had them in that. They were in the Luminas. They had 3.4s and Luminas, Monte Carlos in the 90s. They were 3.4 dual overhead cam.
But a few.
Yeah, they always blew head gaskets. They were nasty. But the Ford SHO was the same thing. I think that was a 3.3. I don't remember what that was. Man, it was nasty looking under the hood. It actually looked like a jet engine when you opened up the hood on them. But they had SHOs, I think, with 5 liters in them. Pretty rare. I think you could get some SHOs with a V8 in them. They did a remake, I think Ford did of them. I'm not a huge Ford guy. I'm actually a GM guy.
I'm not a no guy, but like the SHOs, just like I've seen them.
They look cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they have no problems. They run good.
Oh yeah, they ran good. They made a lot of power. 210 horse, probably. Yeah, I think probably.
They scoot.
Yeah.
So we do have a question in the chat, and I'm sure you guys can help out. I'm in need of an extractor. What is a good one? I assume. I'll tell you, I've used the Irwin ones. I don't know. Does anybody else have?
What are you talking about as far as an extractor?
I'm assuming.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't say that, but I'm just going to assume that it's a bolt one. It's probably.
Oh, it's a patch at Heaven Farm.
Yeah.
I've always used Irwin, and I've had good interactions with them. And Mac makes some pretty good drill bits for like to help you extract some stuff out.
Yep.
Well, the Mac ones are good. CP, you can maybe comment on it. I can't remember. Do they even warranty the bit extractors 100%?
Yep.
And
extractors, drill bits,
and I know it's the drill bits 100%. Every size, no size skips. But that's the one thing that Mac is usually really good about is they warranty all the sizes, all the things where Snap-on will consider some of those consumables.
Consumables. Yep. Yeah.
you-
It's
Cornwall has to actually certain things has to get worn down to a certain limit before they actually start warrantying them out.
Tony, your wife runs behind the scenes nonstop. She's replacing batteries in the clock, making life work for you.
On the chat.
Fucking awesome, beautiful, rocking and rolling. I do have a question though. All right,
Yeah, go ahead.
snapped an exhaust manifold stud.
if you
That
guys,
is definitely you are in a world of pain, Patch of Heaven Farms. And I'm guessing you snapped it on one of your farm alls. So I watch Patch of Heaven Farms, and being a farm guy from Iowa, plus I'm a farm all fan. If you guys didn't know, I've rebuilt a couple tractors. I don't think there's that. I haven't even touched the base on a lot of things that I've done, but I've actually rebuilt a couple tractors from top to bottom in my day too. I just get into everything. I'm a jack of all trades and a master of none. I will say that. I like everything. I like anything to do with engines and stuff like that. If you snapped a stud exhaust manifold stud,
You're spending
now
like
you're
5
talking about
hours.
drilling it out. Yeah. Well, if it's on a farm wall, it's nice because they're about mid-level. You're not underneath looking up. He's going to be pulling it off on the side of the engine. But I would say that, Brandon, you probably know too.
If you could weld a nut to it, it'll help you out.
Yep. Yeah, cast
Sometimes
iron, you can weld it.
on the nut.
Yeah, weld the nut onto it would be the quickest, fastest way.
Neil, you had a question?
well, I was just gonna say, so like Jeep CJs, right? So, what would you guys buy with wheelbase wise? Would you buy the 5, 6, or 7
For what?
if you're off roading?
Oh, I'd build one. I'd build a buggy if I was off-roading. I got a bunch of buddies that do Jeep and stuff like that. Like Princess Jamie's building a Jeep right now. She's starting off with a Jeep, but I would build it if I was going to get serious about off-roading.
Like, yeah, but like wheelbase, I would always go with the 5, just short wheelbase.
Yeah. I'm not really keen, or I don't know a whole lot about off-roading or what they do.
But the Scrambler, the Jeep Scrambler, would be like my ideal. I'd love to have one of those.
Jeep Wrangler, yeah, that's like everyone's go-to for rock climbing and all that stuff.
No,
Right.
not Wrangler. Scrambler.
Scrambler.
Oh, yeah, that's the truck. That's the truck version of the Jeep. Yeah, so that's a longer wheelbase. Princess Jamie, you can always chime in. You're in the chats. Go at it.
Yeah, chime in. CJ6.
And
Yeah,
Chris,
CJ6.
question for you. Quick question. Your icon box, is the color green brighter in person than it is on camera?
I don't care what it is, but it's fucking lovely.
Yeah, it does look kind of dull. It looks like mint green right from what I'm seeing right now.
Because like my toolbox actually looks brighter.
It might be the
less bright
lighting.
in person.
I don't know if I can change any of the lighting. It's very bright.
That shit looks good though.
Like
It
my
does.
toolbox green is different than the Harbor Freight green. The Harbor Freight green to me looks a little bit brighter in person than my.
Yeah, this one's actually really bright. So like this hammer, this is mint green.
Oh,
that's
okay,
what your
yeah.
toolbox
That's
looks
what your
like.
toolbox looks like. That's
Yeah.
what your toolbox
Well-
looks like. They match up perfectly on camera right now.
His is a little brighter.
Let me see if I can. That's 5 feet closer.
Oh, still looks the same. Still
Yeah.
looks mint.
I mean, I haven't been to Harbor Freight to see one in person, so I couldn't tell you. Is it the same green as their five drawer cart?
No, this one's a little bit darker.
Darker, okay. Because
I'm curious.
I have the
I just
cart,
want to
and
say,
it's pretty
cheers,
bright.
CP.
Yeah. I'm curious, Chris. I was going to ask you this, and I'm glad I get to ask you on the live stream. Don't have to type it out because I never have time. I feel like I watch something, and I hate typing out stuff. I hit the like buttons on people's videos, but I'm always doing something, and I watch a video while I'm working on a car or something. Yeah, I hate commenting. But so you went with the Icon cart, and I remember you told Price that you got discounts and stuff like that on there. I'm curious why you didn't go with a 54-inch. I don't remember if you heard you say that.
Well, originally I've always looking at 36 because I wanted to put it in the exact same spot that my 26 was. In between the door and where the fridge is, it's like 42 inches, give or take. So I knew
Okay.
that I had a certain space to work with to go over there. And so
Smart.
I always envisioned putting it there. And
Right.
then I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a side cart because I don't ever really go out that door. But I didn't really want a 56-inch just because I am not. That was like a really big step. Like nobody in my family has a 56-inch, and so
Right.
it's just from the standpoint that I look around and that's a really big toolbox. And
Right.
I go, well, I'm going to have to move this later on, and that's still going to be a pain in the butt to ever move if we move. But now that it's here, I'll be honest with you.
Regret it.
No, well, kind of, but not really, because now I'm thinking, well, I could put another side cab on the other side, which I need to do to even it out. But then I told my wife just the other night, I'm like, what if I get another 36 and put it on that
Ooh.
side and put that in the middle?
Right. That wouldn't be bad.
There's one, I can't remember what their channel is called, but they bought, I think, two 56 inches, I think. And then I think maybe the mid portion, they slammed it all together. I can't remember their
Yeah.
channel's name. But I can't remember. It looked good, when people.
They bought an Icon?
I'm not too sure if it was the Icon. It might have been just a U.S. General.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's probably.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. He bought a wall of them or something.
Yeah,
It's some off-road garage and kid with glasses.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He bought like 4 of the U.S. Generals.
So, I wanted to be a little bit different because everybody goes for the bigger boxes and they just get everything big, but nobody does the smaller boxes a little bit bigger because
I agree.
I don't need bigger boxes put together because I only have so much space. So I thought it'd be kind of cool and interesting to go the other route. Plus, I mean, Yoda Doug back in the day, he started out with the 5-inch or five drawer service cart, and then he put a side cab on it, and I always thought that was really neat. But then there's so many different complications when you go the 5-drawer service cart with the side cab.
Yeah.
But then I thought, we'll go with the bigger of the smaller boxes and put a side cab on it. And technically, there should be a wheel on that because it is a little lopsided. Even with a 36, I would probably not put the side cab and be comfortable with it because one of my kids are going to hang on that or do something, and they're going to pull it down, and then I'm going to scratch the bottom of it or nick the paint off of it.
It's not solid on there that well?
It's so solid, but because the wheelbase on it is so small, I would be able to.
Oh, it's tips.
Yeah, it would bottom out and scrape the bottom.
Interesting.
So that's why it does need another side cab or a wheel on that. And so, it's a toss up.
Like the swivel caster wheels from Harbor Freight onto that?
Yeah, but they're like $125 a piece.
Woo.
So that's kind of a lot for the spring-loaded swivel casters. But if I do a fixed one, it's like $98. So it's still real money. And then you're like, you know what? Why don't we just get another box?
Yeah.
We'll either buy another side cab for it's like $950 or something like that plus taxes, or we'll buy another 36-inch and bolt them up and then just be crazy.
See, when I bought my 72-inch, I kind of regretted it because 3 months later they came out with the 84-inch. And I was like, well, it would have been a little bit extra more money, but then I would never have to buy another box. I mean, I still probably wouldn't have filled it up, but I mean, you would never need to buy another box after that. For me at least.
Well, you got a tool vault or something?
Yeah, the tool vault, which is pretty much just rebranded Montezuma. It's coming up, I believe, on a year of me having it, so I'll probably be doing a year update or whatever it is, like people do. And to be honest, it's worked out great. I've nicked a couple of spots where paint has rubbed off because I dropped a tool or banged the hammer accidentally on it. But other than that, it's worked out pretty good for me. And I paid right under $4,000 for it.
Mike's Garage was on last night. He's got a tool vault too. Oh, you got some green Icon paint?
Yeah, the paint came this week. It does match pretty decent.
Awesome.
But the other part, why, because the big question, you can't answer all the comments and you can't put a big novel in there. But like,
Right.
obviously, why did I get that? Because at the end of the day, there's comments that people still put on other people's videos that it's like, well, nobody's bought an Icon box yet. So every
Right.
experience that anybody had was all based off of something that had been given to them. And I'll admit, maybe my first video starting out on that had a little bit too much marketing in there, but that's not what I intended for it. But at the end of the day, I wanted somebody to have a real experience, knowing that, YouTube would pay me back some for the video that I would be doing on it, but yet it's also experience that as they get closer to rolling out financing and stuff like that, maybe by the end of the year to all the other stores, there are going to be other people that will eventually buy that toolbox. Now, is it going to be hundreds and thousands? No. But are there going to be some people that do it or seriously think about it? Yes. And I want them to know what that experience is and have them make their own experience, just as everybody makes an experience of their Matco toolbox or their Snap-on toolbox. And some of that delivery
It's an opinion.
It's only as good as the dealer that does it. Is everybody going to roll up to Chad's house with a Mac toolbox? No, not every dealer is going to do that. You would hope they would, but some of them are going to be like, no, you need to have this and this and this, and we're only going to do business addresses. Some of them are like that. I won't kid you. Other ones are like, you know what? You spend a big chunk of change with me. I'll put that box wherever you want it.
Right. Yeah, and you know what, Chris? I'll be honest with you. What you're doing with that, I agree with 100% on you buying that box, because and I don't care if you got it given to you or not. I know you bought it, but I'm over this. I'm over this tool shilling bull crap that started, because it really some of it irritates me. Because obviously I've had a couple companies that gave me tools, and I don't, it's at some point I understand. I won't even get onto it. I shouldn't say anything else, but it's just some of it's stupid. But what you did with buying that box, I think, is another example of what YouTubers or mechanics themselves or anybody DIY should pay attention to, because you don't have to buy a big ass toolbox. And that's why I don't have a big ass toolbox, and I have several little toolboxes and a tool cart, is because you can make smart decisions and get a good deal and have a big, that box right there. I'm just curious, and I'm going to ask you here in a second, but I'm guessing that box right there with that side cabinet has more storage capacity than the 56-inch does. I would almost guarantee it does.
It's really, really close to what it is. And it actually, if you say that it doesn't have a power drawer, then you get some more of that space, because honestly, I'm not going to put my power tools in it anyways. I want my power tools in a spot that's accessible in a bag that's separate. So yeah.
Yeah, for me, I don't like the power storage unit where you plug it up, plug all your electric tools. That's a waste of space for me.
I don't need to lock my power tools up because it's at home. Right. But I'll tell you, I'm OCD enough that I'm gonna buy heat locks that are alike, and I'll annoy people, but I'll do a video on how to do them as well, because I'm that OCD that I'm not going to use the locks, but I have to have the same.
And I know Chris buys all of his tools that he tests.
Right.
There's one of the guys out there that I legit know that and a lot of people don't know this, but like he knows his shit. He really does.
There's one tool that was given to me for free that I have not been able to do a video on.
It was not given to me for free. I just fucking did a video on it.
And that was this one. But when you get tools given to you for free, there's differences in expectations.
Right.
Depending on the company. Because I just want to say this real quick. Like, Super Clean. They contacted me, asked me if I would review their products. And I thought it was kind of cool because it's a different change of pace. And that's all they asked. They didn't say you have to say this, you have to, just like Work Bro. It's like, here's the product, we're going to ship it out to you. We just want a video up on YouTube.
That's my problem with free tools.
And I even contacted them back. I said, it might take me a few months to do all the testing and figure out how to put them against different cleaners and stuff, and all this, stuff, and they're like, that's fine. Like we just want a video.
Right.
Eventually, it doesn't have to be
That's-
good. Doesn't have to be bad.
That's
So-
exactly what that's what I've noticed with these companies that gave out these tools. They basically gave them to you, so you had to say something, and that's why I've turned down some of them. If they have stipulations that say when they give me a tool, if they're not giving it to me to do a review on it on my own, and then they complain about it even if after I do the review, don't bother sending me anything. I don't care.
Yeah,
I
like
don't need to do it.
like I literally just got the socket straps. All I
Yeah.
literally did was on Instagram was liking their photos because I like the idea of it. They sent me a message saying, hey, we would like to send you a care package, and just tell us, like, they didn't even say to tell us how you like it. They just said, hey, would you like a set for free? And I said, sure, why not? And I gave them my info. 2 weeks later, I got it in the mail. I opened it up. I didn't expect a personalized message. I showed it on Instagram as well, and I was like, all right, cool, let me see how it works. I threw it on, threw some stuff on there. I was actually pretty impressed, but they didn't ask me to put it on social media at all.
Right.
And like
Exactly.
Ultra Tools, they have never told me we need you to post this, and within a week or two, we need a review on it at all.
Right.
Yep.
A great product will sell itself.
Yeah,
That's just the bottom line. If you're giving people tools to do on their channel, then they have to do work to do that tool, to do that video review anyways. Then you got to take flack from the people that are haters. I understand that. But when you get a tool, when somebody gives you a tool, and I noticed that with Harbor Freight, some of those tools that were given to those guys, they've had the expectations that they were supposed to say this and this and this. And it's pretty clear that because they didn't give them the review that they wanted, that's why Harbor Freight isn't sending out tools anymore to them. And it's not nothing even to really against their channel, but it's the fact that that's what Harbor Freight wanted to do, was wanted them to say something. I think that's pretty dicey.
But yeah, but you gotta
I
take
think
it
we need
on
positive
the
and negative
person
reviews.
taking that. Like they knew what they're getting into, and they knew that they get more free stuff at the end of it.
Yeah, but that's the wrong way to how can you honestly sell something, or how can you honestly stand behind a product if you're just doing it because that you just want to get more tools from that company? That's where if that's all your goal is to get more tools from the company, then that makes your review useless, in my opinion.
Was it Trivis Tools were Everyday Fleet
Yeah.
Tech?
Yeah,
At first, I remember him saying they were dog poop.
he's
And
been
then
doing
Yeah.
a great job with them.
they revised some things that they needed to improve, and
Right.
now he said he can stand behind it because they improved
American
Exactly.
the negative comments that they got. They went back and improved it.
Exactly.
If you can take the negative comments and improve your product, a lot more
Right.
people will stand behind it.
And
Right.
the truth is, you guys probably all get, like, I get a lot of people that reach out to me, want to review products, and it's like that, like, buy on PayPal, we'll send you the money. Right then
Yeah.
and there, no, absolutely not. So, like, that's why WorkPro and the Super Clean were the only two companies so far in my almost 2 years that I've accepted, because we're gonna send you the products, and you do what you want to do. That's it.
I didn't get UPS, but they didn't ask for a YouTube review. They just asked for an Amazon review.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. I mean, it all depends on your needs and stuff, and if it works, it works. Like, I trust that all of you guys, if you got something like that, you would do it fairly. But I mean,
So
I've never had. Oh, go ahead, Kier. Sorry. You've been waiting.
honestly, Neil, I don't have very many companies that reach out to me. And honestly, if I did, the ones that I do read, I don't have a lot. I will tell you, though, I only accepted this product because there's some people in the YouTube community that did reviews on these, and they seem pretty decent. And now that I've actually used it, I would have to disagree with literally almost every one of them out there.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I would. And the first one, when I look at this, I look at the numbers that they market. They say it does 2,600 inch-pounds of breakaway torque. I can tell you the Cobalt does 2,400 inch-pounds. I can tell you that the Bosch does 17 or 1,800 or 1,600, depending on which model you have. This thing can barely do 150.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
So when I look at the numbers and go, this is 100% a consumer tool, the wrong people are actually reviewing these.
Not
And-
only that, it's
This is,
expensive. It's expensive.
This is the email
for
I
what
got
it
from
is.
them. They sent me an email. Right there's the email. And my reply back was like, sorry, they want to send me a reciprocating saw. And I sent them back, my reply to them was, sorry, I'm not interested. I seen the guys doing reviews on them. And I just was like, I'm going to let those guys do it. First of all, cordless tools are really not all my thing because, you know, Chris does that stuff. And it's not like I'm just not doing it because Chris does it or the maintenance man's doing it or whatnot. I just don't feel, I'm not interested. And the second of all, what the hell do I need a reciprocating saw for? So I can cut the exhaust off of a car one time a year? I mean, I barely ever cut exhaust off a car. What the hell am I going to do with it, you know? And granted, I could probably do a wood project around the house for, oh, yeah, look at me. Got my reciprocating saw here. I'm going to cut 2x4. And I don't use it. I'm not even a handyman when it comes to stuff like that. I don't do woodworking stuff. I'm a metal guy. I will weld your shit, build your car, do all that, but I can't fix a broken leg on a coffee table because I don't care. It's not my thing, you know.
Well, if you
I don't
grab
do that shit.
if you grab the wrong sticks that you'd use for welding, I can tell you I can come over and I can burn right through that exhaust pipe for you in about 3 to 5 minutes if you just give me a chance, and you won't need a reciprocating saw. And I mean that in the best way because I worked on an exhaust and I burned through. I literally had to use another stick as flux and material, and then got some chicken wire or baling wire and ended up using that because I had all my stuff too hot and too wrong back in the early
Exhaust, I
90s.
swear, to me, it's one of the hardest things to weld. It's the hardest thing I have ever had to weld. I don't know why, but it is to me.
When I was my first exhaust repair.
Carpet shampoo.
Huh?
Yoda has a question for Neil.
What?
It says, "Does Super Clean have carpet shampoo?"
So yeah, their products are like pre-treating. So it's not the actual cleaning. It's, you know, you pre-treat the stain with it and then you go through. So
what's the name of the company again?
Super Clean.
Shouldn't they be like super pre-treat clean?
I mean, so basically, they're a biodegradable company. So their competition is Simple Green. So basically, the tests that I'm running and stuff are right up against Simple Green. I don't know if you guys have used that, but I've used Simple Green a lot.
Yeah, Simple Green's awesome.
Yeah,
that's why I used to clean engines off for years.
Exactly, it works great.
Spray nine.
You use what?
Spray nine to clean engine oil and built up engine oil and blocks.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what I'm kind of just trying to run it against is Simple Green because I think that's the biggest competition there for that.
Cool.
You know, I think if I got tools given to me for the next probably 5 years, it still wouldn't have covered the amount of money I spent on tools.
No.
That's the funny part about it. You know,
Well,
there's no way. I've already paid my dues into buying tools. I mean, I will never get the money back that I've spent on tools, but I have made the money back with the tools that I've bought. That is for damn sure. If you worry about how much money you spend on tools when you're using them, the thing about it is if you're not justifying the use of them and you're buying tools, that's on you. But if you're buying a tool and justify the use of it to get it paid off, I've literally bought tools and counted up when I've done a job until I've got it paid off. You know, if I've used it 5-6 times and I know how much money I've got into it, then I go, that tool is paid for. I don't care how much I paid for it. That's why I bought a Snap-on.
Yeah.
Or that's why I bought, this or that, I'm getting more. I know I heard Tony talk about Cornwell stuff earlier. I've found that Cornwell has definitely got a niche to getting into Matco's. They are getting right into Matco's tool line. They are getting right deep into everything that Matco's got. I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing Cornwell take over some of the things, the exclusive tools that Matco's got. I've never had Cornwell. This is only the first year. I've only had Cornwall dealer now for 6 months, maybe. I think he started in January, December-ish, maybe. But and the few things that I have of theirs so far that I've used, that's actually Cornwell branded stuff. I really like it. I think they're as good as anybody. I think they're better than Matco in my opinion. And I compare Cornwell to Matco because I think that Mac and Snap-on are the only two that are comparable on that end. And I think Cornwell and Matco are. That's always been my opinion. We just never really had those tool dealers around, but I like Cornwell. I'm liking Cornwell. They have a lot of good deals. They're very competitive to the more open market. These guys are putting shit out there that's you can like anybody could buy it, and I guarantee you could go to like your parts store and compare them to some of those. I've noticed that they're what was I talking about the other day? Oh, they have the Venom HD. For busting you know what I'm talking about, the Venom inductive heat gun.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. That thing is on sale with Cornwell right now, cheaper than you can buy it on Amazon by $100. So
Cordless
I've noticed that Cornwell's really
Is it the cordless?
I bought it.
Is it the cordless?
Yeah, no, the Venom. It's the HP, the Venom HP inductive heat. I bought it from Cornwell. I got it coming. I'm telling you that right now. I didn't even waste any time. It's $5.99 through Cornwell, and I was like, "Yeah, get me that. I don't care." I was like, "Get it to me," and I said, "Here's $300, and I'll pay the rest when you get it in." But it's that inductive heat gun. I don't know if you've used it, Chris or Neil. See you later.
Oh, he's just getting a drink.
For a guy that doesn't want to have a torch, and a guy, so even you, Brandon, for a guy like you in a small engine for bolts and stuff like that. Even a DIY guy, it's a better option for somebody who would be, and in my opinion, all the way around. If you've seen them, you can heat up busted, rusty bolts and stuff like that. Heat that stuff up without having an open flame. So especially if you're at your home or whatnot, where you really don't want to fire up a torch, or this thing's awesome. I've got a Venom that I have at the shop that I bought for the shop, and I've been using that. With this HP is another higher powered one. And I'm keeping this one at the house because the guys up there are beating the shit out of the one at the shop. So I'm just like, you guys can keep that one up there. But it was $450. Huh?
I remember when they first came out, my uncle had one. The tool guy went to some tool convention thing they were having at the time, and he saw it and brought one back to my uncle.
Yeah, they're crazy, man. This HP will heat up a grade 8 17 millimeter bolt in under a minute.
Well, the neat
Probably
thing
under
is,
30 seconds.
The neat thing is it focalizes where the heat is, so it's not like you're ending up with a flame that's actually heating up everything behind it. It's really
fuel lines, brake lines.
Yep. You can wrap it around damn near anything.
I hate busting out the torch, to be honest. It's bulky and it's, to be honest, it's dangerous to mess something else up by accident.
Heck yeah, that's why we've been using the Venom. I was skeptical about it. We've been using the Venom up at the shop. My partner, he was very skeptical about it. Kept telling me this was a waste of money, blah blah blah. And then one day, and I always say this to him because it's almost like on YouTube when you come out with new products, some people will be like, "Oh, you don't need that. That thing's worthless, blah blah blah." But if you can see the value in something until you use it, that's exactly. And I got him on board with it. Now he's like, I'm taking that thing away from you. You're not taking it away from me. We're keeping that here, you know. But yeah, it's definitely a handy tool for even a home guy, DIY. Just think if you had to heat up something in the house, where you can't bring a torch up, or maybe a rusty faucet on the outside of your house, or you're trying to change a water spigot out in the farm, whatnot like that. You can take a 110 generator with you or something like that. This thing, I could just think of multiple uses. I grew up on the farm. And I can tell you how many. I can count on both of my hands how many times I was out somewhere and had something rusted up, nasty, where I wished I had some way to, not have to carry a torch with me to do it. This thing has the ability to be a little bit more mobile and compact.
That map gas though nowadays, that stuff's pretty darn good.
It doesn't heat up as good as this does though.
It gets hot enough, but it doesn't get to the level as the mini inductor does.
Yeah.
But it does the work. I bust that out all the time before I bust out the torches.
So everything you
Right.
heard CP, the Tool Addict, say is going to be in the next video that he releases once he gets that in there. And what I'm really interested to see is how that cooks a hot dog. If you can get that in there and evenly cook a
It
hot
won't
dog.
because it only cooks ferrous metals. You can stick your finger in it.
And so those are the neat things that could be kind of intriguing to see in a video.
I have a mini flame grill at
That's
work.
it. Put a mild steel rod down the middle of the hot dog.
Yeah, I know. I thought about that just now. I was like, I can put a 16-penny nail down the middle of the hot dog and then
Yeah.
cook it on there. Now you're giving me ideas, Chris, to just really take my channel off kilter and not even do just do things that I can do with tools from now on.
Well,
You know, what can you do with a wrench besides work on a car with it?
Well,
I used to use it to, as hammer. I used to use it to pry wood apart sometimes. You know, if I was tearing something apart.
Well, yeah, those are some of the things that I think about. It's like, how am I going to grab somebody's attention in the first 7 to 10 seconds? Is cooking a hot dog with something that's not intended to do, maybe something that's interesting enough to keep somebody going, well, heck, if that can cook a hot dog, it should certainly be able to, I'm not saying do that, but it's kind of that shock value that you get people interested in.
I kind of feel like it's your idea. I want to see you do it now. I'm just like, since it's your idea, it's like I feel like that would be a definite attention grabber, and I would definitely be like, I'm gonna watch this video. This guy's just crazy enough that he opened up his toolbox. He had a pack of hot dogs in there, and he pulled out a venom back there.
Right, the most expensive way to cook a hot dog, and you pull out your tool.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not opposed to doing crazy shit like that because I do stuff like that. I just don't do it on camera yet.
I still want to see, because my dad always told me a story back when my grandpa had the machine shop that they pulled out some grates and then they cooked steaks with the blowtorch, and I think I've Googled that many times and haven't truly seen people doing that on YouTube. But one of these days, maybe I'll put that on there.
The barbecue.
Yep.
I do have a question.
Ahead,
Neil,
for you big time YouTubers out there. So the other day, someone commented to me. They said, "Why do you have your channel set as entertainment? Like that's my."
I don't. Mine's autos and vehicles.
So there's automotive vehicles, and then there's a how-to and style. And in my head,
you should have done that, Neil.
I'm like, well, because I haven't done shit on that in terms of that stuff, like actually. And I'm like, well, I'm fucking entertaining, that's where I am. So.
Yep.
I couldn't do how-to and style though, because I don't know what that entails.
That means you had to dress. You have to use a dress from now on. When you do your videos, just put a dress on and maybe some high heels. I don't know. Spice it up. Whatever you got to do there.
It seems so unfair. Like you go to automotive, and then I gotta do how-to and style.
So I have to show those off because I just want to double check. Yoda, are those the ones that you're talking about? That set is up to $230.
You guys ever watch?
This?
If you guys ever watch Spaceballs?
These are.
Yeah, oh yeah. And when I was a kid, me and my cousins used to watch that. My uncle did a whole video on us watching that video.
When they go, come to the desert, they go, we haven't found anything. We haven't found anything. And then the African American guy got the throw pick, and they go, you find anything? He goes, we ain't found shit.
What the heck is he, Chris? What did Chris show there? I missed what he was showing.
Man, you just lost $200 by opening it up.
Oh no, I've had these. I bought these at Sears a long time ago. But no, these are basically just it's supposed to turn your ratcheting wrench into a low profile.
Oh yeah, I've got some of those from Gear Wrench. I've had those forever.
But these are the Craftsman USA ones, so apparently they are.
They're selling for $200.
Yeah, but you gotta have
the front door.
But you gotta have the complete set in metric and in SAE.
What?
Wow.
Mine works in metric and SAE.
So yeah, those are one of those kind of like, I don't know. I saw it at Sears many years ago and was like, I gotta have one of those.
Yeah, that's what people talk about, this low profile stuff all the time, and it's like that's why I miss out on this stuff, because I've had some of these tools for a long time. I love seeing the stuff come up on YouTube that I'm like, oh yeah, I've had that forever. And they're like, man, have you seen this? This is awesome. I'm like, yeah, it was out 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, I literally think sometimes that these tool people just redo stuff because the generations have changed so far, and then they make it look like it's new again. You know?
Yeah.
I've seen people get excited over Snap-on speed ratchets before. And I'm like, yeah, I bought those back when I was in tech school because I thought I was going to be a big motorcycle mechanic, and I've only used them like 5 times my entire life. They got a speed handle and a ratchet head.
That's the tough thing about mechanics is like you guys have to. I mean, I'll be honest. You guys have to buy so many fucking tools.
We don't technically have to. Exactly.
There's a big trade-off. You really have to look at it and go, is this going to make me money? Is this going to make me more efficient? And how long can I continue to use what I'm having before I have enough money to buy something a little bit different? Or do I just really want new tools? Because, I mean, I'll be honest, you know, Yoda Doug talks about something like this, and I can tell you, Chad's saying like, yeah, I got something like that comparable in another brand, but see, that's the big difference. There are not a lot of guys like Chad and myself out there that review a ton of tools that have the stuff that's older that can talk about them, and everybody else is just talking about new sales. We're just talking about tools.
Like CP, that Stanley, the twist turn handle ratchet thing.
Oh yeah, I got 2 of those. I thought they were such a gimmick that I didn't buy just one. I bought 2.
I have a Black & Decker version.
Yeah, that's the same one. That Black & Decker version is the same because it was Stanley. Yeah, they bought them.
And
it's a roto grip or something. I think it's like what they call it.
Those came out at the same time as this Stanley one.
Yeah, because Proto owns those.
Snap-on version.
And I bought that at the same time as that Roto for the Stanley came out.
They don't come in like handy very often, but like even me as a homeowner, as like your general John Doe, whatever, I've used it. It works in some situations that are just perfect for it.
Yep, I've used it.
My generation, like the like Snap-on U wrenches, I've never had to use them, but a lot of people I've never had to use it.
Yep, neither. And you know what? I'll be honest with you. Even from my experience in the years I've been working on stuff, I've never had to use a half moon. There you go. Yep, the old Stanley Roto right there.
I can tell you that if you put, well, needless to say, I put a lot of torque on one of these Inventi internals. That's why I have 2.
Oh, really?
I love
How much did it take, Chris? I've never put that thing to the test. How many foot-pounds does it?
It was like 85 or something like that.
What? That is terrible. Yeah, I didn't figure it was probably very strong. The only thing I use it for is starting bolts or taking out bolts.
Yeah,
if I get to that point.
And that's what it's meant for. I just, younger and dumber and had a lot of legwork.
The new mini, like baby Snap-on, like 3/8 socket matches are like this big.
Yeah, CP's got that.
Like, really?
Yeah, I was done.
Yeah, but I don't
$130 a piece. I bought those. Yeah. I was on
that. Yes, but do I need it? No.
No. That was definitely I wanted it purchase. I didn't need it because that Titan micro ratchet is way smaller. That one like Autobahn Dan's got, way smaller, way nicer to use. It's a better ratchet, and not only that, the TK72 from Snap-on is their 1/4-inch head, standard head, just chopped off the handle down to them.
There you go.
I'm cheap and just bought the Duralast brand back when it was really close to the Snap-on one.
That is crazy close. How long is it though? It looks a little bit longer.
I'd have to measure it. Yeah, it's a little bit longer because I kind of don't like that end on there.
That's what the Snap-on end is. That's the only thing I like about that because Snap-on never does any good knurling.
Yeah,
handles, and I hate that.
This one's right at 4 inches.
Oh yeah.
See, I don't know, CP. It'd be nice to see you throw out a video of like if you're just getting into like I don't know, like a budget AutoTech, right?
Everybody always asks me to do that, and it's hard for me to do that
Yeah,
because I
I'm
always
sure it is.
incorporate something like Snap-on or something, and people
But-
go, "Well, that's not budget." Well, the thing about it is Snap-on makes shit that you in the automotive industry that I just don't trust anybody else to do. Like everybody's got electronic torque wrenches. I just finally tried a gear wrench one for the first time, and I still wouldn't buy. I still wouldn't use. Use that quarter inch gear wrench. But I still would not use my 1/2 inch or 3/8 anything but a Snap-on.
But
because I know
that's fine. That's exactly what the video should
Like
be.
$600
Like,
per
like-
ratchet.
yeah,
What
that's
you
not
believe in.
budget.
It's
Yeah, that's
$600
the budget
yeah.
right there.
Yeah, torque wrench.
I take that back. Not budget, but like just what you think to be a boss starting out
Yeah.
in the automotive, technician.
There you go. Chris has got the gear wrench ratchet. How have you checked the specs on that and how is it holding up, Chris? And whatnot?
Yep.
See,
It's,
Holding up good?
I feel like the gear wrench one is a little on the. It's still within tolerance. I feel like it's on the higher side of it compared to some of the other brands, but it's still within the specs that it says. It's just really hard to be consistent with them because you're focusing on all the other things and you're looking at everything and you're listening to things, and it's kind of a sensory overload when you're starting to use these rather than feeling that click and knowing that you're there.
Like the Snap-on tech angle is just for me. I do a lot of engine repairs, a lot of like head replacements, and I like for me using it one time. I can't trust anything else just because I know I trust that, and like what I want to, it's kind of hard to say because just like I have that confidence to know that it's not going to fail me.
Exactly. That's exactly the whole thing.
The gear wrench one has been good to me. It's exactly like CP's.
It's like my quarter inch. Yeah.
It's just the 1/2 inch and 1/2 inch and
does angle? That
yeah,
does angle, right?
It does angle.
Yeah.
And it's got
I still have yet to get a digital torque wrench.
Like the Cornwall.
Gear wrench is the way for a DIY guy. The gear wrench is the way to go for a guy that's not going to use it a bunch of my quarter inch. I literally believe the only problem I have with it is it's 120 XP head, and I've heard everybody complain about how garbage the 120 XPs are. So now, just like Tony's saying, that's where I'm not going to trade my Snap-on off for because when I'm doing that job and it's Friday night at 5 o'clock and I'm trying to finish up, I strip the gears out of my wrench and I can't finish up that head job because I'm stuck with that and I can't get the tool fixed. If I have to, and I'm doing that, I know for a fact my Snap-on guy, I will shoot right out to his place. I can get a tool at almost any time at night because I have. And that's exactly why I buy some of the tool truck guys. Even though people talk about, I know if I wait and I can get like teched and shipped it to my house and I wouldn't have to. But if dire needs it, if I'm dire needing something, I can call my Snap-on guy and get that warranty. He's even drove to my shop on an off day out of his way to come warranty a tool. We broke 6 T30s one day, and he drove to our shop and replaced every one of them that day.
CP, my man, would you ever test out the
hang tools?
Hang tools, never heard of them.
Chris Fix loves that or gets paid by that.
So,
promote that one.
There we go.
it's made in Taiwan.
China. Oh, it's Taiwan.
If it's a click style, I'll trust it.
And
when it comes to tech angles, and I can't.
We're doing a lot of angles on engines and stuff. That's the thing people don't understand. Mechanics, you do a lot of angle stuff now. And it's just faster. You can use an angle gauge. It's just faster.
For a Cruise or Malibu 1.5 and 1.4 liter, you have to do 240 degrees on your second turn, and I can't do a click style and throw away that like the in between digital stuff in the middle. I just don't trust it. Going to sleep knowing that car is on the road somewhere driving.
Neil, so your click style torque wrench is awesome though. I will say for a guy, a DIY guy, you're definitely if you're not using angle, you want to do a click style if you're especially putting wheels back on or torquing. Because I use click style for putting wheels back on.
Oh, yeah.
If I don't use my digital for doing that. It's not meant for that in my opinion. It's for doing fine heavy duty or fine
Precise repair.
precise work. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. That's just the way it is, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, when it comes
that
to
tank
quick style,
tools.
it is what it is. Like I would try that icon. I would try that. I would try tank tools. I would try
I just asked
Tekken
CP because I
click
trust
style.
his
I
opinion.
have an
That's
old
why I
Tekken
asked.
click style, and I compare that to my Snap-on click style, and I trust it. That
Right.
and when it comes to angles, nothing besides Snap-on.
But here's
I do like when you're torquing down, that fucking thing just twangs in your hands, right?
Yeah.
And that's what you want to feel.
Yeah.
It's
It's faster. Yeah, you just feel the click and you're good. I move on. Yeah.
Exactly.
My old CDI Snap-on click style's been reliable for years.
Yeah. The only thing that sucks about click style is you have to rotate it and rotate
Well, that's why
it.
I got this. That's why I've got the old cat one. I got the
Yeah, that's
cat with the dial on the side.
X
CDI.
team or X
Yeah,
something.
the brake bar one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you
That's
flip
what
the
that's
lid
only-
and then twist it.
Yeah, that's the only one I use. That's the only
Yeah,
torque wrench
I
I
have a
have.
1/4 inch, that style 1/4 inch through Snap-on, but I have the 1/2 inch click style twist from Olsa Tools, and then I have the one that you have from Snap-on as well.
Yep. Yeah, I
have a
I got a
I do
1/4
have a
inch.
3-inch Cornwall click style one too, but I haven't used that in about 7 years. So
Yeah, I got a 3/8 Mac, I guess, click style too. I forgot about that. But I haven't used it much neither. My 1/2 inch one's the only one I use most of the time. It goes from 5 to 300 foot-pounds and does angle everything. I got presets set on it, you know.
now, do you find it gimmicky for the screwdriver? What's it called? Precise. I think it's digital torque meter, torque rent, like torque.
So the screwdriver, the torque screwdriver, digital torque screwdriver. So here's the funny thing about that. So I also do a lot of gunsmithing, and that's where that comes in handy for me because there's a lot of torquing you have to do down on some gunsmithing, and that's exactly where that comes in handy. As far as in the car, yes, no, I'm out. You develop that feel. Yeah, exactly. You develop that feel in a car. You know if you're going in too hard on a dash screw or something like that. That's mechanic time. You know your time over that you do stuff. That's where you learn that at. You don't need a digital.
You still use screwdrivers and flathead? I mean, like Phillips and flatheads?
No. I use an Irwin bit set.
I still use it because I mean, like where I'm at, I still deal. I deal with rust, not as much as people above me, like up north.
Right.
But I mean, like I don't want to.
Chris, how much you want for that?
I don't want to get burnt by a bit.
I won't sell it because it's one of the only Stanley torque wrenches that I'm kind of aware of everybody that I know. So,
I've never seen
What
it.
is that?
It's
Stanley?
It's a Stanley 3/8 inch click style torque wrench, and
Nice.
got a beautiful handle on it. It was probably
Yeah, it does.
I don't know. It's one of the I picked.
It actually looks like an old Mac, is what it looks like.
Yeah, like I would trust that 3/8 click style.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of torque wrenches I'll trust in click style, but when it comes to angle and digital, it just with all these cars now, you really have to be on your game, and I don't want to mess around. You don't want to pull a damn car apart again. I mean, how many times have you been there, Tony, where you felt like you didn't get the right torque spec or something like that, and you're just like, that's exactly why we use a Snap-on, because we're not going to tear that. Don't do jobs twice. They don't pay good. They don't pay as good the second time.
Yeah.
The bolts alone are like anywhere from $30 to $80. You can't afford
for
to mess
ARPs or
you can't afford to mess with the bolts alone.
Yeah, everything is torque and yield, so that bullet's one-time use.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly why the Snap-on will always trump everybody else's.
You have to buy the whole kit.
Yep.
Yeah, I just did a drive shaft on a Dodge Charger, and he snapped all his drive shaft bolts somehow. They had the wrong style in there, and he had to go to the dealer, $13 per drive shaft boat.
Fuck that.
He had to buy the nuts separate.
So
I
that's
had to buy it not separate.
that's my gear wrench one, but I actually like the Stanley one better.
I know.
That's got a knurled handle on that gear wrench one, doesn't it?
It
Is that a
does.
black anodized knurled handle on it? Yeah.
It is. I got.
I'm a big, huge proprietor of knurling. These tool companies that have gotten away from knurling, they missed the boat.
Yeah.
Putting these smooth handles on these ratchets without comfort grip. I know I like comfort grip too, and I know a lot of people say that. But the reason why comfort grip's taking over is because knurling's been disappearing. But I've got, like my old Blackhawk proto ratchet. That son of a gun, you can grab a hold of that thing and it sticks to your hand like Velcro.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like about knurling. I want it to really get into my hand and just bite into there and just really almost make me bleed sometimes. It's just that pain don't hurt type of feeling. People are like, Jesus, that's pretty gruesome. But honestly, when you got an oily, nasty mesh you're working on, even my comfort grips get slippery sometimes, and I just miss those ratchets, like the SK knurling and stuff like that. And companies got away from it because the tooling for it's too expensive. That's they're cheaping out. That's another point I wanted to bring up about the whole YouTube and stuff like that is that these companies get pushed into doing YouTube directs, some of these people are directing YouTube directing these companies into the wrong direction where you're getting shitty products, you're not getting stuff the right way, and they're not backing up the deal. They're not backing up the blue collar tradesman or anybody, the DIY guy. They're only doing products that make sales, and that doesn't help the industry out. It doesn't help us out. Drives the price up on garbage. It doesn't give us a better tool. Now all of a sudden we've got something that's cosmetically different, and it doesn't help nobody out in the long run. We need to focus on getting these tool companies to get a better price on some of this stuff, make a better tool, get products made in the USA, get them, put the standards back to where they're better. That's the other thing that gets me fired up about, some of these YouTube channels.
Yeah.
YouTube itself is it just it's ruining our economy because you get a general consensus that we want to have let's make things prettier, do this and that. Cosmetics don't mean a whole lot when it comes down to it at the end of the day, just like the Snap-on torque wrench. I want something that I can be confident with, and I know that I don't have to mess around with it. And when I get these tools where they're just, baseline with, I don't know what's happening here. Maybe this will be okay, but it looks pretty. Doesn't do me a damn bit of good.
Like the electric torque wrench, I don't think I'm gonna trust that.
No. Well, it was made for electricians, technically. That's the thing is, and people are going to try to push it on YouTube as an auto mechanic's torque wrench. That was made for putting in breakers in industrial circuit breaker boxes. That's what Milwaukee designed that for, because those guys have to run those big long screws in, and then they have to torque them. So they were like, make us something where we don't have to switch tools. We can use a torque wrench that has electric and then runs it in and torques them down. And they don't really need the specs there on the torque, but they're supposed to torque them. So.
I'm pretty curious that how long it's gonna last, like the calibration and all that other stuff.
The hard thing is there's some YouTube channels out there just like brings you new shiny shit and then move on to the next. And like a lot of people do watch that. So like it's just like constant turn.
Yeah, well, that's they're out there giving out the view. They're out there for the views. And don't get me wrong, YouTube is YouTube people want to have the views and all this and that, and that's great.
Yeah.
But at the same time, don't go around. Don't message me on Instagram and tell me that I'm causing drama because I bring the truth out. And then tell me, because that's what I do. That's what my channel. Look at it from day one. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I've been there, done that.
Right. Well, I mean that's not it was. I'm not saying you. I've had other bigger YouTube channels, and not nobody that you've seen me getting into anything with. But they've messaged me and they're like, "Hey man, what did I do to you and this and that? You didn't do anything to me, but you're LARPing on what I've done, and then my viewers go and watch your stuff, and then they question what I've done, and I'm gonna call you out because that's what I'm gonna stand behind what I've done if I've done it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'll tell you I'm wrong. I have no problem with admitting that I was wrong about something, and I'm not always. Whenever I say stuff on my videos anyways, there'll be times when I mess up. I'm like, yesterday when I did my wrench video or whatever, when I posted out there, I was like 7/8, and that's the same as a 22, but it's actually, I said it was a 19, but I meant 22. I just do the videos and I'm just kind of going on. I don't have a script or anything like that. They're not meant to be perfect. I mess up and make mistakes. Big deal. I don't care. But the general consensus of what I was getting across, my point, is that's all I was after. What I was just trying to show people, and that you don't have to, wrenches are opinions of what people, sometimes they're really good out there, and whatever you like is what you like. Doesn't mean, but here's the options you have and what you can do with them, and blah, blah, blah. Otherwise I really don't give a crap. I want people to be able to have options. Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Well,
I may like Mac tools, but my box isn't full of Mac tools. You put your eggs in one basket, you're giving a company a monopoly.
Wait, your box is full of Mac tools. It just overflows with other brands.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of Mac tools in there, but that's just because I had a great dealer.
So here's one tool I probably wouldn't buy again. It's a 3/8 inch proto breaker bar that is literally 9 inches. But hey, you know what?
I don't know if it's like we're just past the time where we don't even use breaker bars anymore.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's just ratchets.
Yeah, no shit.
Strong enough now to handle it.
That's exactly it. My 26-inch Snap-on has had my gigantic butt on it with a 5-foot bar on it. I will put Chris, I want to see, I think I've said this to you before, Chris, I want to see you break this ratchet, because it's going to take more of a man than me to do it. You're going to need to hook that thing up to a truck.
1/2 inch fucking like ratchet that's this long. And
yeah. Dude, I have literally tried everything to break this thing. I've tried it. Oh, look at that split. He's got the old spring. Is that the old spring torque wrench?
No. It's the cheap 3/4 inch breaker bar I picked up at Tractor Supply. Probably my first time out.
Still got the tag on it.
Yeah.
Did you say Harbor Freight sucks, Neil? Did you just scream that out?
I
my snap, I have a couple. Go ahead, Neil. Go ahead, Neil. Sorry. Go ahead.
Neil's only gone to Harbor Freight like once or twice.
One time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one time ever.
So when it comes to 3/8, I have Snap-on, but I also have the Harbor Freight 3/8, not the Icon or nothing, but just the regular Harbor Freight Pittsburgh version, and it's like the splitting image of the Snap-on. And I honestly do trust that ratchet. I've put all my weight. I mean, of course, I don't weigh it much. I weigh 160, but I use it. Would I recommend that to somebody? Yeah, I'd recommend the Pittsburgh 3/8 ratchet.
The 3/8 like long flex one.
Long one, just the one that mirrors the Snap-on one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
I
bad.
don't even.
It's not.
Is
bad.
it a roto head?
No, it's
just a regular flex head.
Yeah. I got so many damn ratchets. That's why I don't even think about Harbor Freight ratchets.
It's going to be that one, right?
That one.
Okay.
One.
That's the one everybody. Yeah. That's the one everybody complains about, the switch on it being backwards or some bull crap.
I have never broke that. It's never skipped a tooth on me.
Well, I broke it.
I just bought it as as an extra, and I use it all the time.
Chris broke it.
You need two ratchets while you're working on a car at the same time.
But it's not bad. I mean, it's a good value. The thing is there was somebody that commented up above earlier that said, I buy tools for 30 years. I one of the last 30 years. And somebody said, I buy tools that make me money. Everybody that's, going into the field, you got to either look, are you going to buy that tool that's going to last 30 years? Or are you going to buy a tool that gets you through that one job that you need to wait till you can afford that tool to last you 30 years to get you job by job? Because I'll tell you honestly, there's shops that are within a block from Harbor Freight. It's more conducive for them to buy a tool and break it within 90 days, warranty it out. And there's some of the shops that have done that for like years than it is for them to go buy the regular tool that might break every 3 years or 6 months or something like that. But it's just cost effective for them because they're so close to it. And it's not for everybody, but it does work for some people.
This What you're saying right there is funny. So back in the day, when Sears had their auto centers, which were linked to Craftsman,
Mm-hmm.
and then you could go into those Sears auto centers. I wish I would have took pictures of this back in the day. That is so awesome. These guys literally worked right there in Craftsman, so they didn't need to buy tools, right? And plus, they got a discount. Well, the Snap-on and Mack truck still rolled in there, and guess what? All their toolboxes were. So, I mean, even if they are, that doesn't mean that people still won't buy it. Even if they're, you can put a Harbor Freight next to my shop. You know, I guarantee you, I'm not gonna. I mean, I might go in there and pick up some consumables and stuff like that. Now, obviously, most of the stuff that Harbor Freight has doesn't line up with what I need because it's all sockets, wrenches. That's basic shit that I've already had. That's all there is to it. You know, I mean, it's really, I'm more specially geared stuff trying to get into now. Electronic, pico scopes. I mean, I could literally buy 12 different scanners right now, and that would be what I would be more interested in. But they're so astronomically expensive that I'm not going to spend that kind of money. So, you know, like I really would want to like to get some of the new BMW, Mercedes scan tools, and I want to get a couple new Altels. You know, I mean, we're talking right there. That's over $20,000. I'm wanting to spend. You know, I mean, it's way, way, way up there. That's the type of shit that most car repair shops are needing the most right now. Sockets, you won't even. I think you can get away with probably using basic tools from Harbor Freight nowadays to work on some cars, just because the majority of the time you're going to spend most of it diagnosing something.
Yeah,
and you need the tools to do that.
Yeah,
So,
those tools are expensive. I mean, I bought a relatively inexpensive scanner.
There's Snap-on.
It does like 50 to 70% of everything that I needed to do. But the next step up is like the X431 from launch that Chad has. And then once you have that, then you got to go up to the next step, which is $2 to $4 to $8 to $20,000, and it just that's where I have to cut my losses and say, okay, well, I can do this much work. I have to outsource it, and that's where Chad comes in and fills those gaps for other people.
Snap-on has $1,000 multimeters.
Yeah.
Oh, I got that's not for me.
Really, Neil?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love
it.
Does it come with an amp clamp?
It does.
Awesome.
It does. But
Klein has a good multimeter too.
One thing I'll say, and I know I'm different from you guys in terms of profession.
No, you're not, Neil.
No,
you're not different than us.
Yeah, well, I fucking
change their own cabin filter.
We're professionals, but yeah, I'm different in terms of professions. But I had a guy come on my channel the other day, goes, he's like, you're pushing this Chinese shit, and I'm like, I mean, what cordless tools are made in America?
DeWalt has only made their housings in America, but still, the internals all come from overseas.
Oh, Snap-on.
You're exactly right.
Well, Snap-on.
And I will say, though, that's good on DeWalt. Like, I completely understand that. Like, at least some of it is made over here. But I've used DeWalt tools, and for me personally, they fucking suck.
Don't like them.
Yeah. I mean, like,
they're not as good as the Hearts.
They're not good. They're not good as Milwaukee. They aren't. Like, their little 12-volt quarter-inch impact, right? Yeah, it's a great tool to put up cabinets and stuff, but Milwaukee's 12-volt impact, quarter-inch hex driver, it could take fucking lug nuts off of cars. I can drive lag bolts with it. Like, it just gives you that extra fucking oomph.
It's the pistol grip, Neil. Neil, it's the pistol grip that makes it feel that way.
It's not the pistol grip. It just has the balls. But
see, I don't like the feel of the pistol grip on there.
Yeah,
or the chunky handle. So I kind of want to like Milwaukee. I want it, but I can't because the handle is too chunky for me.
I don't promote it because fucking 100,000 other channels do. I don't want to push people in that direction. But when I find something on Amazon that's like a good Chinese product, I'll throw it up on the YouTubes, but like, I'm not saying like push Chinese. I'm just saying like this shit works.
So which
It's-
one?
it's-
Which one would you push, Neil? Would you push Pro Stormer?
Ryobi.
Would you push Ryobi?
Hard.
Right, Ryobi all day long for
Ryobi.
my
Ryobi
industry.
is.
Right.
Is it Ryobi TTI too?
Products, but I've never used them. I'm actually selling them.
So
Is it Ryobi TTI too?
Yeah, it's all Milwaukee. So
Right.
No, it's all TTI.
yeah, it works. It works.
That's why I don't
And-
get into electric tools, because it's like literally you're pushing poop out. It's the same shit with a different color.
Yeah, pretty
No,
much.
that's-
But like that's not what I'm trying. Like that's why I don't do like brands. Like Chris said, he had the Chemo Impact. I actually bought that, did my own thing on it, and then they started pushing it out to other YouTubers.
Yeah, I don't.
I did mine.
Yeah, I don't even. I didn't get involved with that Kimco deal. I don't care if anybody does. It's not my thing. I don't care about it. I don't say anything.
It's not a bad impact for like a homeowner.
Yeah, it's not bad for a
little
homeowner.
overpriced for a brushless tool, I think, in my opinion. And also, the other thing I would say is like you could buy 100 other products before that. Like it doesn't give you. I'm not saying I'm a girl in terms of buying tools, but like that thing does not give me the fuzzy.
That is an
wuzzy.
interesting topic. Right?
You know what I mean? Like sometimes you just buy a tool because you're like, that'll make me feel good. But the Chemo, you buy like it's a decent tool, but like you're not gonna buy it to be like, wow, this makes me feel great.
Milwaukee got pushed on a lot of people, I believe.
Yes,
It's a great tool. There's nothing wrong with it, but in my opinion, there's such good tools out there. It's like splitting hairs.
Yeah.
Do I think you can buy other stuff that's as good as Milwaukee? Hell yeah, I do. I believe obviously Milwaukee's building shit for several other companies, so TTI owns them, and so there's like it all comes down to aesthetics. When people try to say that Milwaukee's better than everything else, I'm like, what? You're like literally comparing. If it's unless there's a huge difference, what do we compare it to? Like saying a 1/4-inch impact takes lug nuts off. I don't never try that.
Right.
I'm not gonna even take. I'm not gonna waste my time.
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about it. It's cool. Makes good for entertainment for to watch, and that's
My dad.
That is why I
adapter.
I can't do reviews on it. I just don't want to. There's so much shit out there on it. It works for me. I enjoy it. It's been pretty good.
right.
But I'm not going to push it on anyone. I can't. I just don't want to.
Yeah, in real life though, I don't. And Tony will tell you the same thing. When I go to give him, when I'm trying to make money, I don't reach for my 1/4-inch impact and say, "Today's the day. We're gonna see what this can do." I've got a Dodge 3500 in here, and we're gonna see just what she can do, boys. We're putting the whole 24 millimeter on the 1/4-inch impact.
I still use my air impact.
And that's the next video.
There you
That's
go.
doing
Yeah,
100,000 views. 100,000 views right there.
Real quick. Princess Jamie did mention not a girl buying tools, and she LOL.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't
You gotta
mean
watch that. You're gonna get in trouble talking like that.
Yeah, no. She fucking knows her shit. She's a boss girl. She fucking does her awesome job. I'm not gonna. I didn't mean like that. I meant like Rich.
Listen to him backpedal now. Jamie, get him. Get him, Jamie. Get him.
I
He's
meant
backing up.
rich white girls buying their fucking golf outfits and golf clubs to match all that shit. That's somehow. That's somehow. That's how guys sometimes buy their
Yeah, you're
tools.
digging. Look at this, Neil. You're shoveling it back on you now. buddy.
Yeah, I'm not at all. That's a fucking great comparison.
Princess Jamie did just buy a Milwaukee impact wrench in the last couple weeks, if that helps you, Neil.
Yeah.
Well, Milwaukee products aren't all that great. Like That's what I mean. Like these YouTube channels, they come on, they go Milwaukee, they push it, and then they
Oh, yeah.
fucking move on to the newest next big thing. And like
Yeah.
people follow them. They're like, that's great. Wow. Oh my god. And I'm like, stop following them. Like there's
What's this?
yeah,
Dude, the Cobalt stuff. You know
mean
what,
Neil?
dude? I honestly, I watched the Cobalt stuff. I'm actually impressed with it. Between what I've seen
Yes.
with that Dewey Does It guy, and then Chris, and now Tools and Trash.
Clay.
I'm paying attention to it. That Cobalt stuff is cheap, and
Yeah.
it's pretty badass. It looks like a really good.
It's a bigger tool, and it does produce quite a bit of torque and a lot of oomph and has a decent value. I think what Neil's trying to talk about is there's some channels that love Milwaukee. They might be indirectly sponsored by Milwaukee or have a lot of free Milwaukee products. And then they talk about Cobalt like it's the next best thing. But the reality is that
back to Milwaukee.
But the reality is that there's so many different tool groups or followings that you can't just follow one and continue to grow on you.
When you sponsor yourself up as being a fanboy of one branded tool, you're gonna get yourself bit in the ass real quick when you go to change to something else.
And I will agree to that to a certain extent, but at the same time, to continue to be a fanboy on that, you have to test other tools to continue to say that your tool brand that you like is the best. I will tell you, I like this tool. It's a very strong tool. Is there another tool that's stronger than this out there? There could be. There could also be another year that goes by before there is, but I can't afford to test all the different tool brands out there to continue to say that this is
I agree with you.
the strongest tool.
You know what? $1 million idea right here. You take your tool when you find something you think's the best, and you constantly compare it against something else. If you could get that, if you had that option to do that, where you could constantly be like, all right, today we're going to put out the Milwaukee against the Cobalt. Today we're going to put the DeWalt against the Cobalt. I guarantee you that's going to get some major views right there. People are going to watch that, and they're going to see, oh, okay, well, that's what we're going on right here,
And to that extent, I think, Neil, what I'm trying to say is that there's other channels that are bigger, that have larger backings, that have more.
There's bigger
money.
channels than me.
Letter V.
Yeah.
I have a banner, motherfucker.
Yeah. I have a banner.
No, so
you up to 1,000 yet?
No, fuck no, man. But I will say this, man, CP.
Yeah.
I think I love listening to you talk about tools. I know I'm bare bones automotive, right?
Yeah. No, you're a mechanic, Neil. I'm
not at all. Never claimed to be, never. But
you got a PA. I mean, that's horsepower right there. That makes you a mechanic.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, CP, man, listening to you talk about tools, how passionate you are about it.
Yeah, because I care.
You
can't make that shit up.
You can't.
For me, it's not. For me, it's not like it's like food. I love food. I love tools.
I just we've been on some colorful live streams. We'll say that.
Oh yeah. Definitely been some epic stuff here.
For sure.
That ain't no joke.
Like, just over time and just getting to know you, like I was like, like I fucking love just sitting down.
People are like, when they meet me, they're like, this guy's an asshole, and then after a while, they're like, you know what? But he's a cuddly asshole. That's all there is to it.
But it's fun. I love hearing you talk about tools.
Well, that's because I love talking about tools. I love talking about other things too. I just like having fun, man. Honestly, hopefully with my channel, the way you'll see things come out with me, you're going to see different content come out. I have a lot of good friends in YouTube that are a lot bigger than me that are waiting for me to, it's almost like you're down a journey, down a path that they can't do nothing for you when you're little. They can't, if I got a shout out, so Jason Momoa is a friend of mine. And if he was just in town here a couple weekends ago and had breakfast. He loves the Waveland Cafe here in Des Moines, and that's he comes back and has breakfast here, and he loves it. And he's got his own meal named after him now there. So, but if I were to bring him on my channel, it wouldn't do shit for me. I might get 500 subscribers. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you do, who you know, whatnot. People follow people. It's just, that's all there is to it. You have to be able, if you want to get bigger on YouTube, your content has to come from you. Well, people follow people. You have to be the one that builds your channel. You have to have the passion, the drive. Yeah. You got to have the content. You can do everything you want to do, but people follow people, and that's all there is to it. And
well, I just gonna say, to be honest, like at first I thought I would grow fast because like I met some people and stuff, but that wasn't, and also I didn't put tags in or all this other stuff. Like I just made my channel. I was in the wrong, I'm still in the entertainment, but whatever. It didn't matter. I have fun with it, and
that's what you got to do.
Me personally,
that is exactly the name of the game.
Like months ago, like I don't know, a long time ago.
I think,
I'm just having fun with it. Like that's it. Right. That's all there is to it.
I think my next couple of videos that I really need to push out, I've been trying to do, but I've been doing so much other stuff like in life. But it's going to be more like towards like educational for like young mechanics and.
I don't know, that fucking stash, man.
There's a lot of kids out there. There's a lot of kids out there searching, man. A lot of kids. I get a lot of questions.
Related on like how to get into the field, what to look for to be going into the field again now, because everything now is like during this pandemic it has changed the game, like 100% has changed the game. Because right now, like the video I want to push out next is like what to look for like when like applying for a job is going to be what did your company do during COVID-19? Did your company lay off half its staff? Did you guys go from flat rate to hourly? What did you guys do for your company? And that's what you should be looking for in like if you're new or even just changing jobs like from now into the future.
So just out of curiosity, so something like that, to me, I wouldn't put a topic like that in the automotive category. I would, to me, just speaking, I would probably put that in people in blogs or something like that.
Yeah.
So honestly, I mean, I don't know which way Neil should post or cross.
Jump from work that shit,
because I post almost all of my stuff in people and blogs. So I'm not saying that that's the right place to go or the wrong place.
Does it even matter?
I don't even know if it truly even matters.
I don't think it does. I don't think YouTube. I don't think YouTube.
I don't think it categorizes. Actually, just whatever you search up.
Yeah, because I've actually been in entertainment. I went back and changed some of my videos. Well, my videos were in entertainment that were under the Harbor Freight rant, where I was, basically dogging. Basically said how I may hate Harbor Freight and they suck and this and that. And that got 20,000 views now. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was entertaining because I was sitting there just talking about it all. But I put all my stuff under autos and whatnot now. I got it set in my settings because you can, you obviously, you set all that stuff. But I don't know. Views are changing. I literally am not getting as many views now all of a sudden a week later. But I think that has all to do with everybody's going back to work too.
Yeah.
When everybody's in the COVID,
are way down.
I don't change.
It's summertime. People are doing stuff. You're not going to get the views. It's when people have free time. Yeah, when people have free time, they're going to watch videos when they get free time. Honestly, YouTube is going to take over. I think. Somebody said it really good. Like Vice Grip Garage, there was a viewer on his deal. I watch his channel religiously. Derek's only 4 hours from me. It's better than anything on cable. There's YouTube stuff that's better than anything on cable. Guys, YouTube is the original. What do they call that? What are those? Reality. YouTube is the original reality TV. And it's awesome because you get to meet so many personalities that aren't acting on YouTube. That's the best part. It's real shit. You know.
There's a lot of people that became famous just because, entertainment side of social media. Like before TikTok was what Vine. That was the biggest thing, and there's a lot of famous people that are famous because of Vine, and then transfer that to YouTube,
Actually,
and now they're in movies.
I know a TikToker or two in this chat.
Yeah. I've tried my hand in TikTok recently. It's kind of not. I'm not too.
I mean, I watch TikTok. Would I make a TikTok video? Probably not.
And dude, that shit hooks you.
Liberal.
TikTok, yeah, it's huge liberal, really liberal. Like I'm not in my comfort zone on TikTok. I get constantly when I open it up. There's people like, they're pushing all sorts of political agenda and shit like that. I'm like, yeah, this ain't for me.
Yeah,
I'm not. I mean, like I hate the political bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm not.
like
First of all, I think everybody should not tell anybody about your political stance. You shouldn't ever. There's two things that you come to my house you don't talk about, and one of them is political. The other is family members, and the other is what you ate and how you got rid of it.
Well, here's my opinion on that: is the parties are so fucked up now, right? So like basically, the extreme right, the extreme left, they fucked everyone.
Yeah, they should fire them all.
If there's a way to make money, someone's out there that can do it.
No rational opinions on like the kids now voting in shit. Like they don't know what they're voting for.
No.
They don't.
I don't even want to talk about political shit. It's just first of all, when I was a kid, my parents always said they always said you never
talk about
politics.
Right.
Never. You don't tell anybody about your politics, and it's just like your sex life. You don't tell anybody about your sex life. You don't tell anybody about politics.
Right.
That's how it is. Keep that shit a secret.
If the politics impact my ability to buy tools, to buy quality tools, then I will talk about it, but only in the sense of how it affects tools, because that's all I really care about. So if you're going to impact me, and it did, so I have like a frequent pattern that I would stop at, from my pawn shop to my stores. It affected me in the last 3 months. I did not get my fix of what I normally got for tools. I was grumpy. I was angrier, and things are slowly changing. And it affected my content too, because I'm at home and I'm like, well, I want to see everybody else's tools that I can't purchase. I want to get out and see and it was actually a fix for me. And so if I would have anything negative to say, it would be that the climate that we had because of the pandemic, and currently now because of other things, has really affected my ability to buy tools. I don't know if that's happened or caused anything to you guys, but
no, not me. If anything, it gave me more ability to buy them. None of my tool guys stopped except for the Matco guy. And they were kicking out deals like crazy.
And see, into the shop.
And that's interesting that you say that they were kicking out deals, because if you look at like Home Depot or Lowe's, they actually reduced their sales. And Home Depot is, even though people are doing videos on it, they still are one of the biggest ones that if you talk to the employees, they're pushing the least amount of deals. They tried to actually push off the power tool deals for Father's Day so that they wouldn't increase the foot traffic into their store. I joke.
No kidding.
I'm not kidding you. And it's really interesting to see that, they push back some of the sales, but not as many, because they're getting pressure from the economical standpoint of how low their stocks are going to be. But they wanted to actually reduce the amount of foot traffic and continue to reduce the amount of foot traffic in their stores and push you online, so they can cut hours in the stores and increase profits through the online sales, because they don't have as big of overhead. Now,
online sales are huge. I mean, online is where everything's going to.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, that's even Mac and Snap-on are pushing online sales. Snap-on's not as bad. I will say that Mac is really bad about taking away from money out of their dealers right now.
Yeah.
They're pushing. You can get all the deals online on the flyers. If you don't have a Mac dealer, Mac has opened it up so that they will sell the deals to you online if you don't have a Mac dealer, which is bullshit.
That dealer won't even let none of us on the truck, even with a mask.
Oh,
Won't let
Jesus.
anyone else on the truck.
Really?
Nope.
That's
Not
crazy.
joking.
Because like here in
Yeah.
Nebraska, I mean, our dealers, whether it be Max, Snap-on, or whatnot, they're so seasoned. Like it's 15, 25 years deep. That I mean, Chad probably knows what I'm talking about. I'm in a big enough, small enough town that stuff hits us very, very late, and
Yeah.
we just really our way of life has been impacted, but not
Yeah.
overly
It's not the same as
great.
anywhere else.
It's not the same as elsewhere.
Well,
So
Yeah.
More populated, so it's everything. It's like going to the store it's terrible. Like even now, like meat is scarce still. Like where I live, I hate going to the store because you have to wear a mask. So what do? Buy stuff online now.
see, we don't have to wear a mask in every store that we go to.
For us, it's everywhere.
we don't either, but like,
Even to get a haircut, you have to wear a mask.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
to get a haircut, that one in Lincoln anyways was sanctioned that the stylist or barber has to wear a mask. The person does, but like I can go eat at McDonald's or Culver's,
Right.
and I don't have to wear a mask.
We can't even
Yeah, I
we can't
go
sit down. We can't sit down, and we literally just opened up barber shops like 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Our bars opened up. People are
Nope.
coming into the bar. Not as frequent. I can tell you the bar and restaurant industries are not getting as many people in there. But I can tell you that's the only thing that's happening around here. But there's a lot of people wearing masks. But just like Chris says, I mean, I can go in and sit down places and eat, and there's a lot of people don't.
Like all the chairs
putting
are
a lot of
flipped
stock
upside
up.
down. All the tables are pushed to the side.
Ours are like 50% capacity. So if you were to
Yeah.
go into your restaurant, they would have either a sign or the chairs up, like you said. But we can go into our restaurant, and grocery stores aren't too bad.
There was arrows showing people how to walk through the grocery store.
Oh yeah. I did see that at one Aldi's here. We have an Aldi's, and I went there one day because James from Midwest Tool did this light on an Aldi's, and I thought they would have it there. I went in there, and I had to do this maze through their store just to get out of it. I couldn't even. I had to walk through every aisle, and I said, "What the hell is this? Are we herding cattle in here now? Are you kidding me?" I go, "I'm just coming in here for a light, and I got to walk through the whole damn store. This is bullshit." Like, what are you doing? Yeah, it's weird. That was the weirdest thing. I said, I won't be coming back here for a while. You guys get the ropes down, give me a call.
Ours had the arrows in our Aldi, but they've been taken down in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So
I don't believe this. This pandemic is a joke, in my opinion. I mean, it's not a joke. Like, it's serious.
No,
but the way everything that they're everything that they're doing on, or everything they push on this is all media. I don't want to get political on this, but there's a lot of George Soros and the Rockefellers. If you really know a lot about media and a lot about those companies like I do, which I'm not, like I said, I don't want to get too political. Those guys are influencing a lot of this shit because it's money in their pockets. That's what this all boils down to.
For me, I've lost money like in the shop wise, like income.
Right.
And I've pushed elsewhere to find income. I've started since February. I started investing in the stock market. Everything pretty much was on a discount, so I started buying stocks through there, and I'm up a couple $100. So I'm pretty happy for now. I've also started buying. It's called liquidation pallets, where you can buy pallets for like tools that are from Home Depot and all that
Amazon,
stuff. And Amazon returns. But for me, it's Home Depot. So I have some Ryobi products. I have some Rigid products that I'm actually reselling because I bought for a discounted price, and
that's awesome.
End up like getting more than get my money back and a lot more.
That's cool.
Those are fun. I like doing those. I've done a couple of those Amazon return pallets. You get them, and it's just like a Christmas deal where you open them up. You never, then one pallet you might get will be nothing but lawn sprinklers.
And the crazy part is how I found about that is off of TikTok. This guy was pretty much telling you how he started his eBay store, but he said go on Facebook Marketplace and type in liquidation pallets, and they have a pallet for everything from household products, from child products to tool products to Amazon and everything else in between.
That's
And I was like, cool. Let me
badass.
look into it, and I was like, wow. Well, I know about tools, so I'll buy the tool portion and then resell it to other people. And now I'm starting to network with the people that I've been selling it with. They said, if you can get this product, I'll buy it from you.
Well,
So-
that's pretty cool because you'd be amazed. I don't even know what the current rate is, but Lowe's or Home Depot might have like a 10 or 12 or 15% return ratio for everything that they sell. And due to the pandemic and things like that, they've actually changed some of their return policy where, some of the stuff that they used to just put back out on the floor, they don't deal with anymore. They go to liquidation with it. So
Yeah.
it'll be
Oh, yeah.
interesting to see how the next 3 to 6 to 18 months shape out with some of the stuff.
You know what Costco does with all their stuff? Pisses me off because I tried to buy their stuff, throw it all in the dumpster and crush it.
Harbor
Brand new
Freight, I think, does
bicycles.
that too. I
Yeah,
believe
they
Harbor
won't even deal with it. They
If
won't
it's
even deal
dented or
with putting
something,
it
they'll
into
throw it away.
Yep,
Harbor,
Because my buddy, he worked at Harbor Freight, and he quit, and then his other buddy, he works there, they were throwing away a 56-inch box that was dented.
Jeez.
My buddy was like, hey, can I just have it? And he kind of
No.
threw out the back door. He picked it up for free, and he just, he's dealing with the dent and fixing it.
So some of those, it's interesting. I don't know the store. I don't know the store policy on that, but Neil wanted to pick one of those up. I think that's what he was saying. He's like, me next time, send me one of those boxes. But the last I knew, it depended on like the shipping costs. So some of the boxes, yeah, that was a destroy. Some of the other items, they just put on a pallet and it goes back to a central warehouse, and then I don't know what happens with it after that.
So I used to work for a trucking company called CCX, and they have it too. Trucking companies have these pallets too. In Tennessee, there's a huge warehouse where they send goods back. Did he just take off? Is that what he's saying? He was leaving?
Yeah.
Was he waving by? Huh?
I don't know.
Oh, anyways, yeah. So they have a.
He's
Oh, I
gonna
got to
run,
run.
he's
Hey.
Yeah. So they have a warehouse in Tennessee where all these trucking companies send all like damaged goods that are you shipped in refusals. And they go to these and then they bid on them. They have these auctions online where they bid on these things, and you can get tractors. Like new sets of wheels, mattresses, all sorts of crazy stuff. There's huge amount like computer, like you can get a computer tower for a huge mainframe system and all sorts of crazy crap they have on there. The thousands of dollars worth of stuff that's worth ridiculous amounts of money sometimes. I've heard they've had John Deere tractors, like lawn tractors in there, or like mid-sized tractors in there, and whatnot, because they got a broken windshield or something and they refused it. And they ended up buying it. So yeah, getting a hold of those places. I don't know how you do it, but
They're looking for a side hustle. Type in liquidation pallets, and you have to front the money. But if you're, in it for the long run, you'll definitely make your money back, and then from then you can maybe build your own little small store.
yeah, I watched a couple of YouTube channels that do those. I really dig that stuff. I'm kind of a, I really do like that where you buy stuff in bulk like that. And I've done it back in the day, auctions. I used to have auction houses when I was younger, and I would go there and buy lots worth of stuff.
I'm in here doing it.
Huh?
Well,
Oh, yes, the live stream is still going.
I'll plug somebody's channel here. So when I'm looking at a good deal or I've gotten a good deal, Yoda Doug Tool Collecting Channel has given me.
He's an eBay monster.
He's given me quite a few good deals, or at least is pointing me in the right direction. I know I bought some right tools off of him before, and he got a deal on him. He passed that deal on to me. So if there's somebody that's selling tools, and you see Yoda Doug's name pop up, he's been good to me. So, oh, look at that, we got Joe Smith coming in late. Hey, Joe Smith.
Time Joe Smith showed up.
Respond to my email if you haven't already, because you did win a sticker on my channel last night. I did try to call you today. I left you a voicemail. Just thought I'd say hello.
Joe Smith lives here in Iowa too, I think.
Oh yeah,
Thank
I
you.
was going to ask you. So you were talking about a ratchet that you needed to have a challenge on. That might be where I have to get the torque transducer that does 6,000 foot-pounds.
Is in here in Iowa?
Here comes that $3,000 socket.
That socket only goes up to 1,500 foot-pounds. So there's one that'll go up to 6,000 foot-pounds.
Oh, wow.
That's the one that
And they
sounds
make
like.
it here?
No, it's made. It would be one of them that's. This one's actually made in California.
Oh,
But I've been thinking about getting it. But it's a one and 1.5 inch drive. So even
Oh,
the
wow.
adapters to reduce that down are quite expensive. We're
Oh,
talking
wow.
like, I think there's very few brands that make the adapters. It's all high end. It's all Proto, Snap-on, Right Tools, things like that. But they're a couple $100 to reduce down to
Jesus.
something. Yeah, just for an
Good
adapter.
Lord. So are you going to do a half-inch braking? Are you going to do a half-inch breaker bar or braking challenge yet?
I gotta buy that. I gotta buy the 6,000 foot-pound torque transducer to do that. I was hoping that
How could you even break one of them, though, dude? I'm telling you, that Snap-on ratchet of mine, I think is unbreakable. I absolutely believe that. I mean, you talk about the sheer force of me, my size, on a 5-foot brake, on a 5-foot extend or cheater pipe, and I'm trying to break a lug nut off a Tahoe, and it's not budging. It's not budging. I'm jumping on this thing.
I can't remember what the specs are or like the actual like brake on half-inch, but technically the brake on half-inch is anywhere from 600 to just under 2,000 foot-pounds.
Jesus.
That'll break at. A 1-inch drive, I've seen a 1-inch drive shear at about 5,000 foot-pounds.
Jesus Christ.
So what do you got?
So-
Can you go to the University of Nebraska and they got some like a Skidmore Wilhelm or something you could use, or?
No, it was some high-end torque companies that I was trying to see what I could get or what I should do for them, and they said, "Well, we've had things break at these," and then
Jesus.
they provided a couple.
That's nasty.
So there's a picture of a Toyota Tundra or Tacoma fully loaded on a lift that the sheer weight of it, I don't know if it was probably the lift installer or the technician, but the whole vehicle fell backwards and lifted the bolts out of the floor from the lift.
Wow. Holy smokes.
And
that's scary. But then then you have to think I can't speak to it, but it's like, to me, it's like, well, if it held the vehicle before it, did they have like a mini earthquake in there that actually dislodged some of the
concrete wasn't thick enough?
Incorrect, or if it was just these bolts that were in the ground were just not properly torqued, or because I mean, like, I don't know, it was scary. Like it would be scary to have that, like a car fall on you or even near you.
Yeah, that would be extremely scary. And then you're like, oh gosh, now I have to figure out, depending on the damage, insurance or I mean, what do you do? Because you're out the vehicle damage plus your lift.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Guys, my internet's going in and out, so I'm thinking it's about time to call it quits. We've about hit 4 hours.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like a good round number, Brandon.
It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning over here, so.
Yeah, I gotta work tomorrow here, so unfortunately.
But definitely a really good time. We really appreciate having CP Kulak on, as well as 410
Oh,
AutoTech.
yeah, I appreciate having y'all on here.
We
definitely.
We
I
know
had no idea.
We know Chad's
know
no
you guys-
stranger to long live streams, but 410 AutoTech, he hasn't done some live streams, but the ones I do remember, they're 30 minutes to an hour or maybe 2 hours. So this one's like,
this is overtime.
You're coming back big and strong, ready to do lots of
Chris
content.
has been up till like 1 or 2 in the morning before, maybe 3 in the morning doing live streams before. Come in on the live stream, and we stayed on for another 3 hours.
Yeah. They're fun. It's good to talk to people.
8 hours long on live streams.
Yeah, Neil's got the record. I'm not even close to that yet.
Yeah.
That's freaking
I'm
crazy. 6
afraid I'm
hours is
gonna
my longest one.
fall asleep.
Yeah, 6. I had a long night last night anyway, so I had some buddies in town. So I got off the live stream and we went down to our bar and had a few drinks, and then it wasn't very out of control, which is good because I don't like getting out of control anymore. I'm too old for that. But it was a late night, and I'm feeling it today because I don't do well with drinking too much anymore. I'm not a huge drinker. That's all there is to it. I have a
I don't think
few
since the
beers.
whole COVID thing, I have not had a single beer.
Really, this is the first time I've drank in probably, I don't know, 2 months. Was last night, and my body's telling me today.
I'm not much of a drinker either.
Yeah.
Every now and then, I can nurse a beer all night long because I'm just not much of a drinker.
That beer, I like my whiskey. That's all I like.
Yeah.
Good
If
old
I
fashioned.
take whiskey instead.
I'm an old fashioned guy.
So I'll mention to Yoda Doug here. He asked how I get the opportunity to go to the university. Well, I mean, there's many different factors in it. My dad graduated from there. My brother graduated from there. All my uncles graduated from there. I went to school there. You know, there's a lot of ties that our family has to the engineering department there. And you just ask. And a couple criteria they have is, one, you're not doing it for a business. You're not paid for it. So like nobody's paying me to do this. It's not for,
Right.
it's all everything that I provide back. I provide different data points back to the engineering college when I do things that I don't just put in the YouTube video. So it's also educational behind it in the sense that there might be other students that actually go through the same experience or, you know, the same understanding of, so they have different data points that they would never actually get. So there's like a trade-off that goes through when I work with the university on that. And they have the opportunity to say no at any time. And typically when I work with the university, I always they have the opportunity to view everything before I release it out public. So that's the only caveat.
Isn't it true though that I heard that anybody who's born in Nebraska gets a tattoo right away that says "Go Big Red" on it?
That's true. That's true.
I mean, yeah, everybody in Nebraska, if you're born there, you get a tattoo that says "Go Big Red." That's all there is to it.
Yep.
Because you go into Omaha and Lincoln, you're not Go Big Red. You better go home.
Yep, that's a done deal.
I know. I come over there. I got a lot of buddies in Omaha, and I know when I go over there, I always wear my Iowa Hawkeye stuff. I definitely get the razzing coming right away.
It's an experience.
Especially
it's definitely an experience.
I always like the Nebraska people, though. I've got good friends over there, and I've always got along with everybody. But I'm not that type of guy that really. I like the Raz people, but I like Nebraska. I'm secretly a Nebraska fan too, but I'm a Big Ten fan, so it's like I support the Big Ten, not just my team.
Sure.
But yeah.
And that's kind of the way I am. We're just friendly, and that's really the thing. They're friendly enough, and you give them an opportunity, and you ask, and you be nice, and if they say no, you're not out anything.
Right. Yeah, so that's cool. You get to go there, though. That's awesome. You get to be able to have that opportunity to do that. Definitely.
Yep. And it gives the opportunity to produce different content. So, I don't know. It's a win-win.
Yeah.
As long as they always want me to plug the university, so I put that in there. So if you feel like it's a spiel where I'm like, this university college, that's because they just asked that I put that in there.
Well, nobody else is doing stuff like that, so it's definitely interesting. I think it's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, not only that, like you said, you're providing educational information back, which is definitely something that's more than a lot of people are doing. I can say you're giving something back.
Yep. So that reminds me, I do have a T25 bit that I did like 10 different brands that I have to do that video on one of these days. But I did do the Rockwell hardness testing on all those at the university. I just have to go through and actually use them on like 50 screws where I'm going to put them in and then take them out and then go ahead and break them, and then we'll see which one.
Did you get an RBRT bit in there?
No, I didn't. I didn't. They're all like Cobalt, Milwaukee, and everybody keeps talking about Weehaw, but they don't sell any locally, and I don't feel like I should add in things that people don't have local
No.
distributors for. So
Yeah.
we keep it just at kind of the store brands.
Yeah, I've had that discussion with Autobahn Dan. He talks about Weehaw and Weir and stuff like that, but it's just not relevant around my area neither. I mean, they don't produce any stock around here for anybody. They don't have them in any stores, and they're like, these guys are farm boys. They don't deal with Germans, like these tools. They put them in the big cities, and that's so those guys have the opportunity to get that stuff. But
Yep,
I have to order it online. I have to order it online, and I can't just go get any of it. And it's a pain in my butt then if I have to do all that stuff, because unlike Tekton and Capri and those guys, where they make their warranty process and all that stuff really simple online, with those guys are not simple at all.
Weehaw and Hazet, no, it's not. It's not. They say they have like a lifetime warranty, but it's through the distributor that you buy them from. So if you buy them from the internet, you can't really warranty your wear of stuff.
All right, guys, I gotta hit this in button.
Alrighty.
All right.
Yeah, we
All right.
appreciate it,
All right,
Brandon.
guys.
Thanks,
Thanks
guys.
for coming on, guys. I
Thanks,
appreciate
Brandon.
it.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Chris. And thanks, Maintenance Man. Thanks for all the subscribers. And remember, ring that bell!
Later, guys.